Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Bitcoin Cash birthday bash. That's right, we're doing 5 days of content leading up till August 1st, the birthday, 7th birthday of BCH, or 15 if you count in total. I think those are the right numbers. If you guys incorrect, please feel free to correct me. But yeah, we got a big show today. The last big day of the Bitcoin conference is going on right now, so we're gonna go check in on that. Oh look, Dave Smith and everybody are on already, so let's hurry up. Actually, let's listen to this first, and then we'll do a wheel of Bitcoin after this.
All power is about the control of resources. All power is about the control of energy, about our energy, what we actually exert toward. And if we are working for something that someone can print for free, then we are literally working for them. Like, not by choice. We are being coerced into always provide our energy for them for nothing in return, explicitly. And the kind of the crazy thing in kind of what you were saying in like breaking down like what the cost, the true cost of all this is just in totality. Like when we're talking about like a systemic fraud in like a counterfeit situation, is that the problem is a systemic problem. You know, some people will talk to me about how like, oh, we got to deal with fractional reserve in like a bank or in an exchange, or the TF might have some IOUs. But at the end of the day, we know what happens with fractional reserve on top of the Bitcoin standard. It's Mt. Gox. It's FTX. Go out of business. They die. They do not survive at length. Fractional reserve doesn't work if you sound money to at the end of the day. What's happened is that the government system where they have to adhere to reality. There's no consequence. There's systemic pushback at the very lowest.
Oh yeah, all new followers on Rumble, since this event might bring in new people to watch because Trump and Vivek and a bunch of other people are speaking. Maybe they'll find us on Rumble. Every new follower on Rumble, no matter what political side you are, if you like Trump, don't like Trump, libertarian, conservative, Democrat, not apolitical, no matter what religion, gender, whatever, every new follower on Rumble, I will give 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash so they can try it out. And we got a really big surprise for you. I'll tell you after this speech.
Is trading something for money. And it's like that money itself is a lie.
Yeah.
Like almost every single day you go out and you trade a lie for a freaking vape that I have to go buy after this because they wouldn't let me bring it in to the building.
Thanks, TSA.
I'm going to go trade a lie for nicotine. Something so real as nicotine. I have to trade a lie for that. And there's a profound way in which that corrodes like the national soul when everything you're doing is based off of a scam.
Well, because we believe that money is a neutral. It's like a tool. So money could be used for good or money could be used for bad. It's how I use it, but not necessarily. Because the money system that we have today, that would be true for a sound money. But on a fiat money system, it's built on theft, inflation being theft. It's built on lies and deceit. So then anything built on that system is inherently evil, unfortunately, and it creates all types of perverse outcomes. Luke and I were talking about earlier how the financial system has distorted the entire workforce to where now essential things we need, like welding bridges and building planes that don't fall out of the sky, are deprioritized so we can go work in derivatives trading that does absolutely nothing and provides no value to the world. And so this lies, theft, and deceit has perverted the entire system that we have.
The bloating of the financial system. The bloating of the financial system is the worst because all of the new money gets funneled through in a bond, in a loan, and it basically allows them to just consume. And then what are they going to do? They're just going to lend it to giant corporations. And everybody's like, I hate big corporations. It's like big corporations are massive, because they have access to money that the rest of us don't have. They get a price that's just not real, and everything just funnels up to them. And you think about, like go back like 30 or 40 years, the size of the financial sector as a portion of the economy has grown. Like, that it's a way to, there's nothing about finance is inherently valuable in itself. It's managing real resources. That means that it takes us twice as much of our time and energy to do the same job as we used to do.
Well, it's a parasitic industry, right?
And
Think
how
about
many people get pulled into that industry, right? Like, look, if you're a doctor, like your average doctor's salary, they make like a couple $100,000 or something like that.
Specialists about 300 now.
Yeah. Okay. So like, let's just say $300,000 or something like that, which is like not a bad salary to be making, but it's not, with today's prices, it's not like you're rich if you're making $300,000 a year. You'll bang out your mortgage payment, you'll send your kid to a private school, maybe you take a vacation, and you're out of money at the end of the year. Like that's basic. Yet you could go become a multimillionaire on Wall Street. So now all the young talent, we're pulling in to this like phony industry that does nothing to create real wealth for people. Whereas like and nothing against anyone in finance, I understand.
We hate you all.
No, listen, make your money. You know what I mean? Like, you got to make your money. I mean, you're a part of something evil, but make your money in that evil thing. You're destroying the greatest nation ever built. But
make your money.
It's not you. But how much talent is there on Wall Street that if it wasn't for this being such a big part of the economy, they'd be out there actually being productive and improving everybody's life. It's tragic what they've done to us.
I was telling Mark before, I know of a situation where there's a medical professional who trained for 16 or 18 years to operate on one of the most sensitive part of the human body. It's probably one of a few thousand people do it globally. And they left that to become a hedge fund analyst in healthcare because they could make more money without the legal risk.
And I was joking before. I don't begrudge that guy. He's trying to give his family the best life he can.
It makes sense.
Hey.
He is simply reacting to the perverted incentives of the system.
Yeah.
And
I mean, is he supposed to give that up when that's good for it? Like, that's the whole thing, right? Guide us in the wrong direction to do what's best for us, which becomes at odds with the rest of society, because the price signal for what everyone actually values is bullshit.
So let's flip this for a second, guy, because we're running down on time.
Yeah, we are running out of time.
And this sounds really bad and really scary. But talking about broken incentives, imagine the difference. Imagine the shift in the world when we fix the incentive system and we have the best doctors in the world, the most highly trained, like Luke just said, and rather than going into trading derivatives at a hedge fund, focus on life-changing, life-saving technologies, life-saving medicines or surgeries or whatever it is, and then how much more value can be put forward into the world. So we're really on the precipice of a massive shift. We call it like a Renaissance 2.0, if you will, a sound money system with an information boom, changing the incentive structure, and we have massive growth and massive hope ahead.
Yeah. I would just, because that's such a good point, that it's like you also recognize, I mean, there's so much beauty around us. It's so amazing to be alive today. Like, I'll tell, my son had a congenital heart defect that if I had lived at any time except for the last 20 years, I would have lost my son. And he's fine. He's going to live a totally normal life now because the things they can do today are incredible. We have all this amazing stuff around us. If we just fixed the money, we could live in an unprecedented boom time.
Just do more of that.
You can't even imagine. It would be considered magic 100 years ago to have what we have now. And we've got the answer. And it's cool to have a group of people who all know what it is coming together,
Hell yeah. Well, maybe since we really short on time, maybe just close this out with, 2020 it felt like a turning point. Both for the government kind of just going unrestricted, like you're going to do what we say, and when someone brings up your rights, it's not even something we pander to anymore, it's something we laugh at, and we accuse you of being selfish because you're not doing what the state wants you to. So we have moved aggressively in the wrong direction in kind of one realm. But at the same time, many millions of people woke up and they were like, what in the hell is happening here. And we've kind of got these two paths, and maybe my question is simply, are we going down both of these paths at the same time? Is one winning, or are we just separating into two worlds? Like maybe give me a little bit of hope or a little bit of realism for where you think we are in this.
Well, listen, I'll just say this. I'll be quick, and then you guys can finish. But I'd say this, right? And I've been a very sharp critic of Donald Trump for years, and many of his policies that I didn't agree with, both domestic and foreign policy. The fact that Donald Trump is the candidate who the entire corporate media is telling you you're not allowed to support that guy. The CIA and the big banks and big pharma and all the power centers are saying you're not allowed to support that guy. And that he is winning so dominantly right now is such a great sign for this country.
Yeah.
If nothing else, just that people are like, screw you, we're not listening to you. I love that.
Yeah, I think there was somebody made a comment that I thought was great, was like, appreciate someone if they have the right enemies.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I've said many times, if the media wanted Trump out of the race, they should just endorse him.
That's great.
But, in terms of the two paths,
That would probably work.
I think we're running two parallel paths. I've been calling it on podcasts with Mark, and we're riding two horses with one ass. And it's ultimately, you can only ride one horse with one ass. And the horses are increasingly bolting in two different directions. And I think this is true of the fiscal side and the economic side, which is where I've mainly used the terms. But I think it's true socially, et cetera. And so I think we can ride these two horses with one ass for a bit longer, but a decision point is coming. And I think what we decide is in part the actions everybody takes individually in terms of how you vote with your wallet with a Bitcoin, who you vote for, how you act locally, how you raise your children. I mean, it's not one thing. I mean, the biggest thing people can do is raise your children well. That's the biggest, raise your children well, the problem will fix itself. So I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic that
And I would add, Guy said it perfectly, and I agree with, like, the tide, as I always say, the pendulum is starting to swing back. And he said that a lot of people woke up, 2020 was a big wake-up call for a lot of people, but really what the state wants, if you look at the Bolshevik Revolution or you look at Mao's Great Leap Forward, the state wants to censor you, they want to keep you quiet, and they want everyone to conform in a perfect box. And the reason why is because if one person can break out of that, if they can break through into living truth as opposed to living a lie, everyone else can see that, and they want that as well. And we've been sort of in this censored bubble, if you will, and Elon Musk has been standing against the world in the front of that and has shifted the window just a little bit. It's not open censorship. I mean, there's still censorship, but just a little bit has started to change it. Now we have Mark Zuckerberg who's like, oh, wait a minute. I guess I could stand up a little bit to this. And as Luke said, it's about our kids, but it's about each one of us. And so I like to say that your silence makes you complicit. And so you don't have to stand up and be vocal, but you could at least cast doubt. Oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. But it's about us all waking up one by one. It's us all standing up to the face of that, at least casting doubt, if not opposing it directly.
Yeah.
And we'll shift that tide back.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, guys, without a doubt, the government is out of control. I think we recognize this. We see it in a million different ways. But I tell you what, every time I go to a Bitcoin conference and I come hang out with people, I feel like it gets more and more wild just every single time. And it's absolutely crazy that I was just chatting with my brother while we were walking over here, that we found Bitcoin in 2011. And we were sitting in our trailer, poor nobodies, like just talking about this thing, and we described this day. We described the fact that, like, eventually it was going to be here, and it's just so unreal to actually see it. And everybody that I talk to is absolutely as busy as they can be. Everybody's got 10 projects. Everybody's trying to build everything under the sun. And I swear to God, if the government can be reined in, like, it's gonna happen with this group of people. Like, if it can happen, why not us? Why not us? So I just want to say thank you guys. Dave, it's so awesome to actually finally meet you in
Yes,
person, brother.
it's great to meet you in person.
Luke, Mark, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, guys. Hope
Thanks,
you
guys.
enjoyed
Thank
it.
you, everybody.
Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, that went by quick.
That went by.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for
you guys
Bitcoin
know
in a new city.
that you
So
need
we
to
took the
like and
conference on the
repost
road.
every
Nashville,
message. You can
Tennessee
have a
was the
chance to
obvious
win
choice, a city known
25
for
cents.
music and freedom. Next year, the conference
Please
is hitting the road again.
go
in search of
and
the next
like and
global
repost
stage.
these
We are headed to a
messages.
new city
Here's the
next year. With
huge
hyper-Bitcoinization
announcement.
right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas.
Huge
Find out where we are
announcement
headed
just
next.
made.
Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
We are gonna give away Trump 24 Bitcoin Cash token, 10,000 tokens to each person during Trump's speech in about 1 hour from now.
24 happening today. You saw Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, Ro Khanna,
It's gonna be
Congressman from
crazy.
California, still to come, Marsha Blackburn, Vivek Ramaswamy, and of course, what everyone is here for, and the lines that are stretching around the venue, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We've got an all-star panel now coming from the opposite political spectrum.
Panel.
Jason Mayer to my left, author of The Progressive Case for Bitcoin, available at Bitcoin Magazine.
We're gonna have to
Bitcoin
take a quick
Magazine.com. And to
break.
his left,
We'll keep it running, but let's do our Wheel of Bitcoin Cash where everybody can enter to win 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash. 10 winners. They'll receive a prize instantaneously because Bitcoin Cash is fast and cheap to send. And that means I can send it right after you win. Go ahead, enter your Zapit name. Zapit is the crypto wallet that we use. It's kind of like Cash App. You just create your own name on there, and then you can easily send and receive Bitcoin Cash to that name. I'll pin it in the chat. Hey, Rocco. Yes, new followers can get 25 cents, and said I'm going to be giving away 10,000 Trump meme coins to everybody that's here at 1 p.m. during the speech. Let me turn on some music. Kind of quiet in here. Are you guys excited about the Trump meme coin on Cash Tokens? Did you know there was a Trump meme coin on? Tell everybody you... Okay. We might have one where everybody wins. The last couple shows, the last 6 raffles, every single person that entered has won 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash. So people won probably at least $1 that have been watching the last 2 days just on the raffles alone. Welcome back, King Jeff. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for being a subscriber. Subscribers on Rumble get triple the entries to win. All right, let's see. Got 1, 2, 14 entries. Good luck, everybody. First winner is Lorraine. Next up, we've got Oprah. Right on, King Jeff. We're going to be having a lot of shows. I'm trying to do a show every day at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. King Jeff won 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash. We are the best Bitcoin show on Rumble and probably on the whole internet because we actually use Bitcoin. All the other shows just talk about Bitcoin or they talk about the price of crypto. We actually use it, give it away. We use it for contests, tournaments. We got our own meme coin. We've got an incredible community. We teach people how to use it live on air. We've onboarded hundreds of people. I run and steal, and hopefully we'll get some more to join. We haven't had anyone follow yet, but new followers are eligible to win 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash, as well as 10,000 Trump tokens. Rocco. Value song. Daffy is a few more spins. Full of hype. That show. Ash Verde. Subscribers are winning like crazy. You might want to become a subscriber so you can start winning more Bitcoin Cash every show today. And lastly, we've got Barrio Bitcoin. Congratulations to the first 10 winners. Of course, we'll be having another raffle every hour. You see the timer in the bottom right corner. I'll be sending out the prizes here to everybody. Hey, we got our first follower, Jim Bray. Welcome. Thank you for following. If you would like to, sure you're aware of the offer. I'll give you 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash. You just need to have a crypto wallet. We like the Zapit wallet. So the link is pinned to the top. Just download the wallet. Make your name. You can make your name Jim Bray RCP on there, or Jim Bray. I'm sure your name will be available. And that's how I'll send you the prize. As soon as you send it.
Always gonna be reaching for they hit, smoking like a clip. They can never catch me slipping. Every time your girl around, she be watch the way I'm dripping. Try your luck, test me in again. We let it rain. Please don't start us up. Got that black and white, they gang. Mr. Officer, please don't search us. We don't got a thing. Tell her park it up. Then that be poking out them jeans.
All right, they put up the message here.
Mode with the best, that's a major key, that's a chess move.
Trump meme coin is gonna go out in 1 hour. He starts speaking. Sending out the prize, 10 cents to everybody that won just now. And then we'll go back to watching. Actually, I can go back to watching it right now. That's a good idea. We're going back to the live coverage of the Bitcoin conference.
15 years to get this off the ground. These people in Bondo didn't have electricity until a couple years ago. because there was no like skin in the game. Like the Scottish government wasn't going to make money from this venture. The incentives were not aligned. But you know, we went up to the top of the reservoir. This is where the river comes down, and the river flows down through the turbines, and it looks like this inside the little hut. And you know what? There's just a profound problem that you realize when you visit a site like this. The people in the town and the village and the local merchants and the local businesses, they sleep every night. They don't use power at night. So there's very little power demand in the evening, but the river never sleeps. So at night, there's just all this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single energy production site on Earth wastes energy. We waste so much energy. And today, because of what Gridless is doing, there's a Bitcoin mine there. And the Bitcoin network is buying 100% of the electricity that the town and the surrounding area doesn't use. And this is completely transformative for a variety of reasons. Yeah, shout out to Gridless. So amazing. So what's happening here is a couple things. Number one, for the local power company, which used to basically be a charitable project, they're no longer paying everything out of their own pocket. They have a new source of income, which is all the Bitcoin coming in from the mining operation, from all the electricity that wasn't used before. And we're talking the majority of electricity that this place generates was going wasted. And now it's all being bought by the Bitcoin network. And here's the kicker. They're not being paid in kwacha, the currency in Malawi that's collapsing. They're being paid in cold, hard Bitcoin and sats directly to their offices. They don't need to deal with accountants and paperwork and Forex. No, they just get Bitcoin. It's incredibly powerful for these people. So it allows them to have capital. Now the local power company can think about building, and they are expanding, and they're going to connect more homes. Gridless, the company that owns the miners, they're also winning. They're going to come in, and within a year or two at these sites, they're profitable, which is amazing. And number three, most importantly probably for most of you, the local residents. Now the local residents, we got to meet the chieftains of the village at a meeting. It was very special. It was very profound. And what's really amazing is they're paying less now for the electricity. What happens, it's sort of counterintuitive. The media will tell you, oh, the Bitcoin miners are coming in and they're making electricity more expensive. That's completely false. That's not what happens at all. What's actually happening here is that because the power company can only sell about 20% of what it makes to the local population because there's just not that much demand, it ends up charging 5 times more for the price. So these guys are paying 80 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity in the middle of nowhere, even though they're surrounded by energy. Meanwhile, here in the States, I know the prices have been going up lately, but in the advanced democratic world, we pay, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 30 cents. So despite the fact that they're so poor and vulnerable, they're paying way more than us. This doesn't make any sense. We were led to believe that we are in progress around the world. Electricity and technology was supposed to get cheaper. For them, it's getting more expensive. And Bitcoin changes that, and it's so profound. And look, they weren't Bitcoin experts, but they knew what it was doing to their community, and they knew that electricity was the thing that mattered almost the most. I mean, the stories they told us about how it's changed their town. I mean, children that couldn't study at night. They had to they are now, the rate at which their children are now getting into the good schools has skyrocketed since they got electricity. They no longer have to walk to surrounding villages 20 kilometers to get medicine. Funnily enough, the men who used to go to town to watch football, they can be at home with their families and really build family and build community. So, Bitcoin is changing everything for this little town. And this is just one example of what is happening all across Africa and soon all across the developing world. And one of the most interesting things that I sort of observed here is when you go to the back of the Bitcoin mine, you put your hand up, it's a furnace. It's so hot. The externality of Bitcoin mining is heat. It's just a heater. The Bitcoin miner just turns electricity into heat. That's really what it's doing, right? So people are smart, and they figured out, wait a second, we can actually use that. So what you're seeing here is 1,000 miles north of Malawi in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Virunga National Park, which is where the silverback gorillas are, and 5 million people live in this park in the surrounding regions. You'll see a couple Bitcoin miners there talking to a guy who runs Virunga National Park, the Conservancy. And the park
Sent
is very
out the
smart.
prizes
In
to
2020, they started
everybody.
mining Bitcoin
Thank
with
you.
the excess energy they had from their hydro stations. They've done very well, and it's been a lifeline for the park. But additionally, in the area, they have a lot of other things they make. But what you see behind them is cocoa. So cocoa is taken and it's like put out on these mats, and there's like animals and birds and wind, and they're trying to dry it, but it's not very effective, right? And it's not even sanitary enough to be sold to EU markets. So what happens is they were like, look, we're going to buy $200,000 of industrial heaters so that we can actually sell this stuff and make more money. our friends, the Bitcoin miners, were like, no, don't do that. Buy $200,000 of ASICs instead. And that's what they did. And now they're processing cocoa way faster, way more efficiently, and it turns into this beautiful chocolate, which I was able to eat. It's incredible. This chocolate is made by Bitcoin mining. I visited sites in Norway where the externality of all the hydro mining they do is drying seaweed for consumption around the world. So you kind of have to understand that in the future, it's not going to just be cost of Bitcoin, cost of Bitcoin mining and profit of Bitcoin mining. It's going to be profit of Bitcoin mining plus profit of the externality minus the cost. And this is going to change everything. I encourage you to watch a Reason documentary about a bathhouse in Brooklyn that's heating the spa where you go with Bitcoin mining. The Bitcoin miners are submersed in a liquid, and they run and they create heat, and they heat the water of the spa. And this is the coolest part. The guy who runs the spa is paying less for power now than he did before, plus he's mining Bitcoin. So this is just going to revolutionize everything. What you start to realize is if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. And that's the exact opposite of what the media tells you. I also got an opportunity to visit a geothermal site in Kenya. So this is just very simple. They dig a very deep hole in the ground. Heat comes up. It turns into steam. It spins a turbine. This thing is going to generate the same amount of power for the next 40 years. Clean, consistent, renewable, carbon-free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have so much of it in Kenya. It's one of the world's largest sources of geothermal power. It's right on the Rift Valley. And, one thing I learned when I was there, was really surprised by, is Kenya is the world's largest exporter of flowers. So what happens is they take the geothermal or the hydro, and they power pumps like this, which is on a lake. And they pump the water to a field, and they grow flowers, and they sell it to Europe or wherever. And that's like how the country, earns income.
Whenever I get some money,
and, what's amazing is that
when BCH TV
you
becomes
start to realize
successful,
so it's not like they can sell the excess power to
a
somebody else.
millionaire,
This
I'm
is
gonna
like rural
make a mining,
Kenya.
gonna
And on the
mine
right,
stuff
you see a shack
together.
that has the pump inside. And the pump's not on all the time, right? The pump's pumping sometimes, not pumping other times. But the geothermal power is constant. It's always coming. It's always coming. So on the left, and we'll just kind of zoom in here, that's a Starlink, and that's sitting on top of a Bitcoin mine. And the most amazing thing is that this thing is buying, again, 100% of the power that the pump's not using. So all of a sudden, we've eliminated waste, and we are going to become much more efficient as a species. And honestly, it's going to create so much abundance because it's going to unlock people's ability to use all the electricity sources around them. You can see inside. We got some miners here. This is so cool. What Gridless does is everything's made in Africa. Like the whole design they have, everything's made in Africa. And this is like a chart on one of the founder's phones he was showing me, where if you look at this thing and there's this green line going up and down, above the red, that's all when the Bitcoin mining machines are turned on. So they're mining whenever that green line goes above the red line. And when it goes below the red line, the machines aren't on. And it's just this dynamic, flexible power demand source that's paying the company that runs the station, it's paying Gridless, and it's reducing the cost of power for anyone else in the region. I mean, it's sort of magical, but that's what Bitcoin mining is. But it's not just going to solve issues in Kenya or in Malawi. It's going to solve issues here, too. So this is I live in California, and this is a chart that I was really shocked by. So this is from the California, grid, basically. And between 2019 and 2023, in America, we use the word curtailment instead of waste because it's sort of like a euphemism, right? Curtailed. But we were wasting millions of megawatt hours of energy. So, I mean, this is massive amounts of energy that we are wasting in our country. And, just to give you an idea, in 2021, my state curtailed 1,500 kilowatt hours of solar and wind. That's enough to power 220,000 homes for a year. In the Southwest power region, which is sort of in the middle of the country, nearly 6,300 kilowatt hours of wind was curtailed. That's enough to power 600,000 homes for a year. And, this is not just American problem. It's a problem all over the world. The UK, get this, the UK spent 500 million pounds wasting wind energy in 2021. How insane is that? And the crazy part is Bitcoin fixes this. We don't need to do this anymore. We can just run all of this renewable energy all the time, and whatever isn't bought by whoever is there, the Bitcoin network is going to buy and turn into capital for more growth and more abundance, and so we can continue to grow as a civilization. This is a chart from a book called Resistance Money. I really would encourage you to pick up a copy. It's a phenomenal book. And what you see here in the white is how much energy Bitcoin consumes, right? So compared to like air conditioning, the big one, chemicals, iron and steel, the difference is, as I've been trying to explain, Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. So, I know that the media and the government want you to look at this and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. Bitcoin mining uses so much energy. We actually want that circle to be as big as possible, because the bigger Bitcoin mining is, the healthier we are going to be as a society. I wanted to sort of dive into this a little bit. This is something some of you may have seen, this image. And people always say, well, we could always create a solar grid the size of this square and power the world in the Sahara Desert. Well, you can't do that because that's not how solar energy works. Now, fossils do work that way, right? So you can dig fossils out of the ground in Algeria, and in fact, a lot of that powers all kinds of stuff in the United States. And the interesting thing here is that fossils are more modular, right? So fossils, we don't tend to waste. We're not going to just waste a bunch of fossil fuels. We use them, and we use them carefully. And when the oil exporters sense that the market is weak, they stop digging it out of the ground. There's a much sort of tighter relationship with fossils and the way we use fossils. So long term, fossils aren't necessarily really going to power Bitcoin mining. What Bitcoin mining is going to feast on is renewable energy and baseload power, like nuclear and potentially, of course, hydro, geothermal, biomass. I mean, because God controls that stuff. We don't. It's sunny, it's not sunny, it's windy, it's not windy. We can't control that. But Bitcoin it can buy everything that's consumed. So this is something.
Please give the thumbs up if you haven't already.
They could
help
turn all that
us
stuff into capital
on the front
with Bitcoin
page.
mining. And I want us to sort of try to rewire our brains here. So this is a New York Times article, where they're trying to scare you about Bitcoin mining, and they're saying Bitcoin uses more electricity than many countries. How is that possible? Well, what if they said this? What if they said Bitcoin saves more electricity than many countries? That's super exciting, right? Here's another one. Bitcoin consumes more electricity than Argentina. Oh my God, that's horrible. Well, what if Bitcoin saves more electricity than Argentina?
Welcome everybody to the
right?
show.
So we need to rewire our brains and understand that one of the most profound use cases for Bitcoin is saving wasted energy and understanding that, listen, man, if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. So that's sort of the deal. Just to conclude, that today and yesterday combined is sort of one big talk about all the use cases of Bitcoin that you may not hear about. Again, we understand savings, but there are so many use cases for this thing that's so valuable. And the fact that Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and all these people, Jamie Dimon, they get up there and they tell you it's useless. The Fed tells you it's useless. The Atlantic Magazine tells you it's useless. They're either gaslighting you or they're just ignorant. It is so useful to so many people around the world, whether it be because they don't have the financial privilege that we have. They don't have access to the dollar economy. They don't have access to the stock markets. They just might have terrible paper money that collapses. Their savings technology might be sheet metal or cows. For so many people in this world, that is the technology they're using to save, and Bitcoin dramatically upgrades them. And again, the commercial aspect of it, think even just about remote work, when you have got an international company, you're paying somebody in some other country, it's such a nightmare to pay them. Bitcoin just cuts through all that nonsense, and it can really empower so many people in that sense. It's so bad for dictators. It is something that transfers power from the state to the people, and that's something that they are very scared of. As we move through this transitionary time, it's going to be more clear that only countries that have values like property rights, free speech, and open capital markets are going to be able to coexist with Bitcoin. So Tennessee can definitely coexist with Bitcoin, but the CCP cannot. So that's just something to think about as we move forward. And then finally, again, Bitcoin saves wasted energy. Now, I'll conclude with something here. How do we feel about ESG investing? What do we think? Okay, down, yeah, okay. Well, here's the funny part, though. If we actually think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin, from an environmental point of view, reduces energy waste and expands green power. Bitcoin, from a social point of view, is the best possible investment you could ever make. It expands financial inclusion, and it promotes human rights in every corner of the world where no one else is willing to help. We're talking about North Korea, Gaza, all over, Venezuela, places that no aid organization can reach, places that no one really cares about due to whatever reason. Bitcoin is there every day helping people. It is such a profoundly good thing for you to invest in. And from a government's point of view, it's neutral and it's incorruptible. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. No bureaucrat can change that. No one can inflate it if they want to. It's one open standard for everyone. So kind of the funniest thing here is that for all this talk about ESG, Bitcoin is the best ESG investment on the planet. And the funny thing is, we're gonna start to figure this out. Okay, so it's already happening, right? So we have the former president of the United States about to come speak. We have governors. The governor of Tennessee came and spoke at a Bitcoin event yesterday with someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority and one of the senators from this great state.
Big poker tournament
nations
tomorrow.
Mining Bitcoin, not just what I showed you today. The government of Kenya is turning its waste into Bitcoin. The government of Ethiopia is doing this. There are all kinds of governments mining all around the world. This thing's already starting to happen. So we're seeing political adoption. We're seeing, of course, we have Wall Street adoption, and we have nation-state mining adoption. This is happening. So this is not something for you to sleep on. And again, it's so profoundly exciting because it provides us a new way to progress as humans where we don't have to rely on altruism. The reason why there's 600 to 700 million people without power in Africa today is because it requires altruism to give them power. It requires them to make a donation where they're not going to get anything back in a capitalistic sense. Bitcoin completely rewires the situation. It completely changes the system where now people are going to come in and give power to all those other people, and they're going to make money doing it. So it's basically this incredible machine that turns self-interest into freedom. And I couldn't be more happy to be here to help talk through these things with you guys. I hope to see you next time. Thanks so much, Nashville.
Yeah.
All right, Bitcoiners. Was that a good morning? Round of applause for all the speakers this morning.
All right. Well, hello, welcome, Angie, Dale. Thank you for following. Appreciate you. We're doing a watch party here on our Bitcoin Cash channel. And what our channel's different than a Bitcoin magazine or any other Bitcoin or crypto show, because we give out Bitcoin Cash instantly to all our viewers every single show. We do raffles, we do contests, we have gaming tournaments. Heck, we just have regular giveaways just on X that like and repost messages. So there's lots of ways to win every day. I want to onboard the whole world onto Bitcoin. That is my goal with this show. I want to show people how easy and fun it is to use Bitcoin Cash, and hope we can continue to grow our channel and continue to increase our prizes. Every hour, you see we have a timer in the bottom right. We pick 10 people to win 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash every hour. And new followers, if you download the Zap It wallet right now, you see the Rumble bot just posted it. Click that referral link. It's not a virus. It's all good. It's a quick, simple, easy wallet. Take you just 1 second to download, and you create your cash tag name. It's called the Zap It name, like a hashtag for Zap It wallet.
Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin.
Thank you for follows, everybody. Yeah, so I'm saying if you want to receive your prize, if you want the 25 cents in straight up Bitcoin Cash and 10,000 Trump meme coins, which you can swap for more Bitcoin on Culture Quest, just download the Zap It wallet right now and type your name into the chat, and I will instantly send you the prize. No cap. Not lying. And everybody can attest.
Obviously sending a big message being here. He'll be speaking in just hours. And of course, rumors that he'll be creating a National Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. Let's start there with the panel. What do you expect to see from Trump? Marty, I know that you are enthusiastic about Donald J. Trump's speech.
I am. I'm interested to see what he said. No idea what he's going to say exactly. I think he's going to posture that he's receptive to Bitcoin. Obviously, everything he's done in the last few months has been signaling towards that direction.
Well, he came out strongly negative against Bitcoin originally, right? There was his famous quote where he prefers the dollar and then the pivot. So how authentic is
If
this
you have
commitment
any
there?
questions how to download the Zap It wallet or create a name or any questions related to Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, please feel free to ask. Our chat is really open, especially to beginners. Especially, this show is made for beginners into Bitcoin. People that never used it before. I want to show them how awesome Bitcoin is.
Let's go after $4 million Bitcoin, but I think they do have to be strategic, the government, if they do make the announcement that they want to acquire Bitcoin. I think going out and saying they're going to
Please don't hesitate. We are very newbie friendly.
Bitcoin. I mean,
I'll help you out.
Not supposed to do that.
Right, but
follow on
they
X
need
too.
votes, right? We got to remember what
We got over
politicians are
10,000
for, and I
followers
think
on
that
X.
virus of Bitcoin is started trickling down.
Awesome
that
community.
Every politician from the spectrum is coming down here to actually talk to those voters. 50, 60 million cryptocurrency holders.
I think we might do a
in the US?
big
That's
poker
massive.
tournament
And
tomorrow.
that's the beginning of the domino effect that we're going to see worldwide. That's what I reckon.
And are already seeing, of course, with El Salvador. We heard from Max and Stacy on stage earlier. Want to recap to yesterday. Obviously, the big news: independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. giving 4 executive orders. Just going to recap them for the folks at home. Signing an executive order or promising to sign an executive order that the U.S. Treasury will purchase 550 Bitcoin daily more than the current supply that is produced and amass 4 million Bitcoin. Why, as a Bitcoin user, should you support this? Marty, I thought we were talking about decentralization. I thought we wanted the people to rise up against oppressive power.
There's a
Well,
poker
that's a big
tournament
one. I
on.
want this to happen because it pumps your bags if they're going to go out there. And
Oh
say
man,
buy
that's too bad.
550 a day, that's
Oh,
that's a
you
jump
can
on
use
the
your
government.
desktop
Still, it's a
browser.
network. I
There's
don't
a
know if
browser
they're gonna get the
extension
4 million
too.
to make that announcement. I doubt it. I think everything's good for Bitcoin. Pete, you're a Bitcoin historian. We've been talking about this game theory for years. We have been saying for over a decade and a half that eventually the governments will bend the knee to Bitcoin. And it seems like it may be happening.
Efrat, the message that sends to the world, even just a presidential candidate, putting out a number of how much Bitcoin the U.S. could or should or would acquire.
That's amazing as an awareness, just general awareness for the public, not even knowing.
Hey,
most people don't
Angie,
even know what
just added
self-custody is.
Zap
So
It.
when Trump goes
Awesome.
out there and said, "I'm
Just
going
create
to
your name and
help
I'll send
get
you the
self-custody
prizes.
over your Bitcoin," most of his voters are looking at that going, what is self-custody? That's a great question to be with. So I think that's a great sign for Bitcoiners all over the world because you all want your value to go up.
Well,
I'm putting in a link to the Zap It Chrome browser extension.
How does the government go about acquiring 550 Bitcoin daily?
That's a good question. I think they'd have to connect with some OTC desk and get some liquidity there. And I don't think they'd be able to do that for a certain period of time, but eventually you're going to get front run. How long is it going to take you acquiring 550 Bitcoin a day to get to 4 million? It's going to take many
It's a
years.
really good wallet. It's
By the
not
time
just
that scale
Bitcoin Cash. You can also
We're
hold
seeing countries are buying
Ethereum,
Bitcoin, right? El Salvador
Polygon,
accumulating 1 Bitcoin
Avalanche.
daily. Efrat, maybe you can speak to what's happening in the global south and El Salvador as a contrast to our
So yeah, I've just watched Max and Stacy and what they're describing. Max was actually saying we're going to open a Bitcoin bank in El Salvador. That was his last statement. So they're going to be building a lot more infrastructure over what they're doing with Bitcoin as a treasury in El Salvador, and I think people have to continue watching El Salvador. It's the hottest place right now.
Well, El Salvador, and I actually had a great conversation with Madex from Bull Bitcoin yesterday, and what they've built for the community in Costa Rica and Bitcoin jungle is really exciting too. I think the on-the-ground emergent adoption happening in Central
Right, these are in
America.
contrast to government initiatives. So why, as a Bitcoin voter, do you want the government to get involved in promoting Bitcoin? Shouldn't we want the government to be out of our money? And isn't that what Bitcoin did as a technology?
Well, I think this is a recognition of the government, right? Bitcoin is a separation of money and state, and I think many people are conflating government support with government mingling in money. But as we know with Bitcoin, if it's sufficiently distributed, decentralized, the government, even if they're acquiring Bitcoin, cannot have influence. They may try to pressure, but it's very hard, and it is important that as the government gets in, we as Bitcoiners stay vigilant and protect the sanctity of the protocol.
And very different than other alternative cryptocurrency networks. Of course, we're going to send it to roving reporter Q Kahimi, who's around the venue right now, interacting with the folks, giving you a slice of what it's like to be here in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back with more of this conversation.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I am joined now with the head of comms for the Bitcoin conference, Christina, to tell us a little bit more about all the press that we have joining us at this conference this year.
Thanks, Stu, for having me. So Yes, we have so many media coming in to this conference. We have 900 press pass holders. Basically, all the big mainstream media is here, and we are looking into orange pilling those media and showing them how important the industry is, how it has grown, and all the important politicians, speakers, industry leaders, community builders that are here.
Awesome. And of course, everyone is clamoring to hear Donald Trump speak later this afternoon. Why don't we talk a little bit about some of the names that have joined us? Because this is not just,
if you can download any Bitcoin Cash wallet, if you have a wallet that accepts Bitcoin Cash, I'll send you a small prize if you share your receiving address.
In the United States and internationally. And we also have many industry media recognized, including Bitcoin Magazine. So this is going to be really big.
Look, you got mainstream media now joining us. It looks like Bitcoin Magazine has thrown one hell of a party that mainstream media wants to join us. Thank you guys so much. Smash that subscribe button down below.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk. We're deep in a conversation about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Bitcoin policy proposals. I'm here with
Welcome everybody to the show. My name is B Chad, by the way. I'm the host of ECH TV, where we are a variety show. Play lots of video games, lots of contests, lots of raffles.
He's a very sincere person, and I think he's not like any other politician.
And does have fun.
Watching this from the
We're all about freedom. We're all about peace, love, and of course, Bitcoin. It's the best crypto. It is the original Bitcoin experience from 2009. I was there in 2009. I used it, Bitcoin, when it first came out. And I can tell you, Bitcoin Cash is same and even better experience than what Bitcoin was originally. And now BTC is slower and more difficult to use than it was even to use in 2009. In 2009, all you had to do was download a little program, your Bitcoin wallet and node thing, and you could start mining it. You could mine it with your CPU on your computer and send it to anybody around the world peer-to-peer for a very small fee and a really fast speed. That has been lost with BTC for some reason. Well, some speculate why, but Bitcoin Cash forked off in 2017. It's actually Bitcoin Cash's birthday on August 2nd, August 1st, 2nd, in just a few days, so we're celebrating all week long. We're streaming next 5 days and giving away a ton of Bitcoin Cash to all the viewers. Thank you so much for being here.
Trump is a man of imperatives, and he's very bombastic. I think he may.
He doesn't like being one-upped.
No, he may have to say we're going to go get 21 million Bitcoin. I think he's going to swing for the fences.
Right to the end.
We're going to get all the Bitcoin.
Efrat, what are you looking for in this speech? Maybe more as a world citizen, global citizen. How can Trump tailor his
Trump's speech is in 40 minutes from now.
Do much. The fact that he's here, the fact that people are watching him, the cues here are amazing. People are not aware of what's happening here. It's quite insane. The whole world is watching right now, so I think this is an historical moment. He doesn't have to do much. He just has to not fuck it up. That's what.
Well, the elephant in the room, or I guess the donkey, if you prefer, our different partisan theme animals. Kamala Harris, rumored this week to be in discussions to come to Bitcoin 2024. We saw signs protesting, mocking her. How does the current administration shift course? Can they shift course? Marty, what would Kamala Harris have to do for you to vote for her from a Bitcoin perspective?
You'd have to create a time machine and have her change the trajectory of her life from the past up to this point, because I don't think she has a good record on Bitcoin or anything for that matter. I don't think she is very popular. I don't view her as somebody who is smart and wise and should be leading the country. So I don't think anything outside of time machine can change my mind about
So your vote's locked in, but it sounds like you're hoping to see some progress from the Democrats, right? That would be good for Bitcoin.
There was a letter. Did you see the letter came out this morning? No. There was a letter from the DNC signed by, I believe, 30 Democrat politicians, basically compelling the Democratic Party to shift course away from Elizabeth Warren's saber rattling. towards the
anti-crypto
industry.
army that she's building.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That mind virus is trickling down. I'm telling you, they're all going to go into Bitcoin finally. They have no choice.
Let's dive into a specific point that's a little bit maybe more from a Bitcoin and crypto perspective divisive. Obviously, one of the things that is not liked about the current administration is Gary Gensler. But Gary Gensler has also been the one coming out and saying that most alternative cryptocurrencies are securities. Why is he not more loved in Bitcoin? Why not more love for Gary Gensler money?
I don't know. I think Bitcoiners don't like regulators in general, so I don't know. Gary seems to be in Elizabeth Warren.
How's the price going?
But I mean,
do Bitcoiners want the SEC to change course or need the SEC to change course?
The price is skyrocketing.
Leading up to the election,
Oh wait, it went down a little bit. It went up a little bit past 69,000.
Well, isn't Trump posturing to crypto broadly? I mean, he's
going down to
Shiba Inu.
8,000.
Will
Will price of Bitcoin BTC go up or down after the speech?
Which would be a big problem. So that's something everybody should be aware of. The politicians here pumping Bitcoin is a great thing, but there are things going on behind the scenes that you should be aware of.
Also, Donald Trump, his personal journey, didn't it begin in some ways with NFTs? His NFT collection that sold out. Efrat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that the fact that he's already into it, this is great. I think he got one or two things during the past few months. So I think the fact that he's into Bitcoin right now and talking more about Bitcoin and knows how to separate crypto from Bitcoin is a good start. I'm not entirely sure that he's going to deliver on his promises, but I think the fact that people are aware of Bitcoin through him is an massive.
But we've seen RFK phase shift a little bit on this as well, talking about 4 million Bitcoin here at the consensus conference, putting the government budget on a blockchain. I mean, Marty, isn't there a bit of a problem here where we're getting, we get paid lip services to our voters?
Yeah, it's definitely potential. Stay vigilant. As you know, Bitcoin.
You're not worried that Trump could take the same approach?
He definitely could. That's why we got to stay vigilant. That's why I'm happy Bitcoin Magazine has made a very concerted effort to make sure that he's getting correct guidance on these subjects.
I had to put up a poll just for the Bitcoin Cash DGen community group.
And this week I've met a lot of senators, congressmen that are really passionate about this as well, and they've been engaging the Bitcoin community all throughout the week, and that is promising. Not everybody's going to be perfect immediately.
Of course, the Bitcoin vote up for grabs. Election 2024 collides with Bitcoin 2024. We're going to be right back with a new panel after our word from our sponsors. Stay with us.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was
almost
time
10,000 people watching.
in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
I think the next panel's coming up soon. That is correct, Iron. You believe that the miners will continue to run to process transactions and collect miner fees on those, if not mistaken.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value.
You guys
because
want to
someone says
see
so. Bitcoin
that
is different. It's like digital
Bitcoin
gold. It has value
magazine
for many
chat
of the reasons
on the
gold
screen,
does,
or
but
should
that's
I
only the
enlarge
start. It
the
has a
video
limited
to
supply,
full
only
screen?
21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale, the final day of Bitcoin 2024. The lines are around the venue as people pack in to see the big show, obviously. Donald J. Trump just hours away from speaking. We've got another panel to unpack all the news that has been happening on stage. To my far left, Perianne Boring, founder and CEO of the Digital Chamber, and to her right, Wiley Nickel. You saw him on stage earlier, U.S. representative from North Carolina. Wiley, I want to stick with you. The bipartisan letter coming out today, sorry, not bipartisan letter, but Democrats coming out today and saying, we want the party to change course on Bitcoin. Maybe introduce us to this letter.
Yeah, no, we announced it from the stage earlier. We've got 14 fellow members of House Democrats who signed on, some other good Democrats, but we're pitching for a reset with Vice President Harris. This is an exciting campaign, a new campaign. She's campaigning in her own right, so we want to see a reset and a focus on moving digital assets into the next decade.
So Perianne, you're obviously interfacing across Washington. This idea that Democrats are against Bitcoin and crypto, do you think that's a fair categorization?
Well, we've had a tough past couple of years, to be fair, Pete. But luckily we have champions like Wiley Nickel and other many other Democrats serving in the House and the Senate and in seats all around the country that are pro-Bitcoin, that are pro-digital assets, and that want to make sure that Americans' access to these technologies is not restricted. So the Biden administration has clearly been extremely hostile to the crypto industry broadly, including Bitcoin and everybody else. I believe they've set the industry back over 10 years with their regulation by enforcement posture. At the Digital Chamber, we represent over 200 businesses that are building in this space, and a lot of those companies left the United States over the past couple of years. They've moved their operations either to the UAE, to Europe, Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong. Some of them have moved their entire families. I have one friend or one member that actually renounced their U.S. citizenship over this issue. But to be fair, again, there's many members within the Democratic Party that have always been pro-crypto. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this
Nice,
month.
Indra.
We've been on the ground working with policymakers in Washington, D.C. For a decade, and this really wasn't a partisan issue until recent years. This should be about technology. At the end of the day, this is happening, and the real question policymakers should be asking themselves is what country is it going to take off in? And we're fighting to make sure that the U.S. leads in the development of Bitcoin and blockchain technology.
Well, we had conservative activist Scott Pressler on earlier, and he was really making the case, how do you make change if you don't vote Republican? How can we trust that there will be change? Wiley, your response to that?
I can tell you 100%, if this becomes a partisan political football, it will set the industry back another decade. You will need to have only Republicans in Congress to get anything done. The focus that I've been working on is making this a bipartisan issue. We did that in the House with Fit 21. I led a group of 71 Democrats voting with my Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way. So if Donald Trump, when he talks later, wants to actually help, he needs to say, I want to do this with Democrats. Because if not, it's going to be this thing that ping-pongs back and forth. You're going to get someone maybe in the SEC who's better and someone who's not. And that's not helpful. We want to do
We're
this.
getting close, only 30 minutes away. And hey, we're only 6 minutes away from our... Actually, let's do the raffle right now because I think we're having a panel coming up. So go ahead and enter in your Zap It names right now. We're going to select 10 people to win 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash.
We've done 3 must-pass bills in the budget, debt ceiling, and Israel supplement. But the Fit 21, we've done the bipartisan way. This is our chance to do one big policy thing. It isn't a must-pass bill in the Congress. That's what we're working on.
Perry, on your reaction to
You
the
and I
idea
think
that
you
a
need
vote
to
for
re-enter.
Republican, better ensures change.
Republicans have largely been more open to Bitcoin and blockchain technology. At the end of the day, what's most important is that we have candidates who are running for office who first understand the technology and understand how it works, and then also who are going to fight and hold the line for the Bitcoin community. At the heart of the issue, this is about personal freedom. Bitcoin represents some of the most sacred freedoms that Americans hold and people around the world. Any effort to restrict American or people's access to Bitcoin or any other open source cryptocurrency is a threat against the First Amendment. All open source technology is protected by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. It's considered free speech because it's a software language. So any effort to restrict people's access from being able to use a self-hosted wallet, any effort to prevent Bitcoin mining from happening in any state across the country, which New York passed the first Bitcoin ban in the country. These are setting legal precedents that are not just relevant if you care about Bitcoin. This is something that cares about all Americans. One of the biggest issues we've seen in public policy in the U.S. Congress, something we see covered in the mainstream media, is our First Amendment being in significant jeopardy due to online censorship, particularly on social media platforms. We're all familiar with that conversation. We are a branch of that same tree. So it's much bigger than just the Bitcoin community. This is an issue that all Americans should care about, and that's why I think everybody needs to show up in November and vote.
Well, of course, the data showing that Bitcoin is nonpartisan. I'm going to pull some data from a Harris DCG poll conducted in March found 33% of voters believe Bitcoin and crypto will factor into their
Okay.
choice of
How many
candidate.
people do we have?
77%
1, 2,
expected their candidate
5,
will be
6,
knowledgeable
7,
about crypto,
9,
and roughly
10,
20% of
11.
both Democrats and
know what? I
Republicans own
think
crypto.
I'm
I
gonna
want to go
give
back
the
to you, Wiley. This
prize out.
idea that in a
All
tough election where
11
people are
people
dug
right
in
now.
and they know who they're voting for.
Congratulations and thank you for entering. Everybody's a winner on BCH TV. I'll add you as well, KJB.
Of the electorate, and anyone who wants to win needs to understand that I'm pushing hard for a reset with Vice President Harris's new campaign, and I'm hopeful we're going to see some a good forward-looking approach.
Having another raffle in an hour right after Trump's.
Those voters are there, and we got to talk.
I'm gonna give away
and if you look
10,000 Trump
10 years,
tokens.
people who are against
Everybody
Web3,
that
it's
entered.
going to be like you're saying you're against the internet, in the 90s.
Speech.
We got no, exactly. But in Congress with the folks I serve with, many of them a lot older, it's about education. We got to educate people. You know, no matter where they stand, if they understand the issue, the ones who really engage, the ones who dig in, those are the ones who supported the bipartisan bills we've done in Congress.
We've got a quick hit coming from one of our
12
roving
winners.
reporters. I want to go back to you, Perry-Ann, for just a second. This idea, Bitcoin, could it swing the election for one of the parties?
It absolutely could, and I'll share some additional statistics. In Ohio, Ohio is a critical battleground. You have Sherrod Brown, who's the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. He's a 30-year rank-and-file member, one of the most powerful members within the Democratic Party, has been ultimately working very closely with Senator Elizabeth Warren on anti-Bitcoin, anti-crypto policy. He's running against Bernie Moreno. Bernie Moreno is actually a former Digital Chamber
He was actually
member.
on the desk earlier
yeah,
today.
so he's running on a pro-crypto platform. He started a small technology company building in the blockchain space, and he's now running for office. In the 2020 election, 4.5 million people showed up to vote. And that was only 50% voter participation in Ohio. According to NPR Radio,
Sending
there
out
are 2
10
million
cents
crypto owners
to
in
everybody
the state of
that
Ohio.
entered.
So if just a
And
small fraction of
one's
those
getting the
2
prize
million crypto
instantaneously
people show up to
because
vote,
Bitcoin
that could
Cash
make the
is
difference in one of
fast,
the
it's
biggest
easy,
battleground
it
states.
has a
Estimated
low
2 to
fee, a
300
tenth of a
million
pen
dollars will be
percent.
spent in Ohio in that particular election.
So we can actually
part of
use
it is voter
Bitcoin Cash. No one
participation,
at
and the
that
numbers are really
Bitcoin
in our
conference
favor. I
can
believe
even
crypto
use
is the majority
Bitcoin.
party.
That's
There's
how
over
big of a
52 million
fraud it
Americans
is.
that own cryptocurrency
I'll tell you, you
today.
need to use
60%
Lightning,
of them are
but if you
millennials
try to
and
set
Gen Z, and they're also more
ETC
likely to be
on
Blacks
chain,
and Latino Americans. These are
it will
areas
cost
where we
too
need
much
more
and it will
participation
take too
from
long
the,
to do, which
voting process. These people who don't
completely
typically show up to vote, and if they show up, they 100% can have a
completely
massive
dismissive
impact. We are the majority. We just have
point
to believe
of
it and take
Bitcoin,
action.
which
Well, Bitcoin voters out in
peer-to-peer
force here.
electronic
Bitcoin
cash,
2024
that was fast
coming home to election 2024. We're going to go out to roving reporter Isabella Santos. She's on the ground now talking to one of our speakers. So we'll be right back after the break.
All right, first I gotta ask, what is the mission of Custodia Bank?
We're building a safe and sound bridge between the traditional and Bitcoin ecosystems that is compliant
There's
and meets
some
the highest
Bitcoin
standards
cashers
of bank regulation.
speaking at the
And
conference.
so
That would be
you
a
had an
real Bitcoin
ongoing,
conference. If
case, you were
Bitcoin
suing the
Magazine
Federal
was a
Reserve,
fair
and this year,
publication, they would
reached
allow
out to-
differing voices
this
and
year,
allow
a judge
Bitcoin
dismissed
Cash
your
speakers.
lawsuits challenging the Federal Reserve denial of a
So
master
that right
account,
there
and you guys
should
appealed.
raise
What is
a
the
lot
current
of
state of
alarms that a
the
place
appeal is
called
underway.
Bitcoin Magazine and the
filed our
Bitcoin
brief
Conference
and,
does not
amicus-
allow
7
other
amicus came
Bitcoin
in, 7 amicus
voices.
briefs. There are now 3
That's why we had to
former
make
US
this
Solicitors
channel. That's
General
why
involved in
Bitcoin
our case on our side,
Cash
including
Podcast
people who
made it.
usually face
That's
off
why
against
we
each
had to make
other.
the Bitcoin
The
Cash
Solicitors General
Conference
for Obama and Bush,
because
and they're
Bitcoin
both on our side, along with former
took
Solicitor
the
General
name
of
and
Virginia,
kicked
all
out
lined up against
other
the Fed.
Bitcoin
The Fed's
projects.
brief is due at the end of August.
At the end of August.
Let
so we
in
have to
Wall
stay
Street
tuned with
and
that.
politicians
for those of
and
you that
kicked out
don't understand what's happening, can you give us
freedom-loving
like a little
users.
scoop of what happened? Why did you decide to sue? And because it's been a long time.
It has been a long time, and it's wrong, and it's protectionist. It's the banking industry trying to keep competitors out, and the
You
regulators
have ladies like this.
aiding the industry in doing
She's
so.
never
It's
used
wrong.
Bitcoin, and I bet the host
We
never
were
used.
working. The state of Wyoming actually was
None of
working
these
with the
people
Fed
use
on creating a
Bitcoin.
new type of bank charter to safely service the digital
I know
asset
you guys
industry
know
with
that,
it is a non-lending charter. One of
telling
the
new
problems with
people
Silvergate and
that
Signature,
don't
one of
know
the reasons
about
they failed,
history
is
of
you cannot
Bitcoin.
mix leverage and the deposits in the Bitcoin space, and that's part of the reason those banks failed. And so this was a charter designed to service the industry and literally the hot money needs of this industry. So the business model is the banks hold 100% cash to back customer deposits. So if there's ever a bank run, people just cash out their money and go, and the bank's fine. And so the state worked with the Fed.
There we go. I sent out all 12 prizes.
We were the first
all
one
12
to
people
really dig in.
within
We applied to
1
become a
minute
Fed member
while
bank as well. We were
talking.
making all this progress.
That's how
But then
easy
all
it
of a
is to
sudden,
use
after FTX
Bitcoin
failed,
Cash with Zap
boom,
it.
we were shocked. We were surprised that we were
Super
denied.
fast, super easy, super
and,
cheap.
And what came out in the lawsuit is
I
that
run,
it
still
was a
ask, do I
Warrenite,
hold
Michael Barr
any
at the Fed,
BTC?
who made the decision
I
to deny Custodia 2
I
weeks
do.
after
Well, I did.
FTX
I
had
do.
failed,
I hold.
and then he had a meeting, and then within a couple of days, the first draft of the denial letter appeared.
I only bought like $100 of it. I forgot what price I bought it at and how many sats. I think I bought it $100 at maybe 50K. So I might have a little bit over $100 in BTC just to hold, that I bought a long time ago, way before I even started this show. Actually, I have a really crazy story. I can write a book about my Bitcoin experience. You guys will not believe it. My story is so crazy. But I'm not quite ready to tell it yet. I'm gonna wait until I become an influencer and more successful, and then I can tell people my story, or maybe even write a book or put out a documentary or something. But like I said, I was in Bitcoin from the beginning, so I bought the real Bitcoin, the original Bitcoin, back in 2009, and ever since then I had a crazy story. But I did end up getting rid of all the original Bitcoin I bought, and then I bought $100 worth of BTC a few years ago, and I keep that on a cold storage wallet. Same with Ethereum. A lot of the top 20 coins I have like $100 worth of, just in case.
Paper money has value because someone
Dash,
says so. Bitcoin
Monero,
is different. It's like digital
ETH,
gold. It has value for many
Solana,
of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only
stuff like
21
that.
million, so no one can
And to
decide
try
just
it out,
print more.
I was buying it
Because
to
no
try it
central
out to
authority
see
controls
which
it. It can
crypto
never
was
be
the
shut
best. I
down.
tried
And
out
unlike with banks and credit card companies,
a
you
lot.
don't need
Most of the
approval to use
cryptos
it.
in the
It puts
top
power
50,
back
and
in all our
Bitcoin Cash
hands.
is by
Bitcoin
far
lets
the
you control
best
your
experience.
finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024, Day 2, happening now. We're less than 2 hours away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage, making history here at Bitcoin 2024. We've got a new panel here to discuss the news, the highlights, what's going on. Cabot Phillips, senior editor at Daily Wire. To his left, Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine. And Cabot, I want to start with you. Your first Bitcoin conference. Obviously, it seems Donald Trump is bringing media here.
Yeah, I did not know what to expect coming in. And I'm going to be honest, I have been blown away. I talked to Mike the week beforehand, and he was telling me it's going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of media there, tens of thousands of people. This exceeded everything. I've heard people promote their events before, and I get there, and it's always underwhelming.
Talk to us about that energy.
This is overwhelming. This is completely overwhelming what we're seeing. And I think the amount of media attention that the event has garnered, there was going to be media here regardless. But President Trump being here has brought a completely new element. There are hundreds of outlets here. I'm seeing reporters from every single major outlet, as well as independent outlets like the Daily Wire. And I think it's hard to quantify the excitement that there is to hear from potentially the next president of the United States, a guy who
Yeah, a lot of those cloud miners or free miner sites or projects are scammy or risky, I should say. So just be careful with that. I know there was a lot of those type of things back in even early in the day, like 2010, 2011. People were trying to get me to sign up for cloud miners, but it all turned out to be fake and a scam.
right now.
So maybe there are legit ones. I'm sure there are somewhere, but
that's actually bigger than
you know, that's the thing with these cloud, especially cloud mining for BTC. Like you said, they require a large minimum withdrawal. So even if you are earning a little bit, you got to earn a lot to even be able to withdraw it. And then there's a big fee because BTC requires big fees and low confirmation time.
2021 during COVID, when we allowed people to go maskless and without Vax cards, they were kind of negative, or the fact that they don't understand our audience. And sometimes that's why we make sure we go out of our way to invite as much press as we can to this event, for them to see it firsthand, for them to actually experience and understand. When they look around, you know, they go, that doesn't look like Bitcoiners. And I'm like, I don't think you know what Bitcoiners look like.
Well, Kevin, let's talk about your audience. Talking about Mike's talking about Bitcoiners, what they look like. What kind of questions does your audience have about Bitcoin? Are they believers?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an overlap with the conservative audience, which Daily Wire, which we work with and appeal to. The thing that I'm hearing from a lot of the attendees who've stopped by our booth said, oh, we love Daily Wire. And I said, what's the crossover? Why are you here? The big thing I keep hearing is freedom. They say, I know that the government is trying to get their hands on my money. There's been a lot of concern over central bank digital currency. They see the way that the government is going, trying to get their hands on everything. And they say, Bitcoin is freedom for me. And I think that there's this awareness growing where people look around. With inflation in the last few years, they say, I could be
Trump is about to speak in 15 minutes.
The government could still take my money through inflation. What are alternatives that are going to protect me from that? I think that's a deeply conservative message of freedom, of getting away from government control. And that's what we're hearing from our audience, and also viewing it as an alternative for them where they can have the freedom to buy things without the government looking over their shoulder. I've had multiple people bring up what's going on in China with the digital currency that the government there is backing, saying what you can and cannot buy. And they view it as not only an exciting new technology, but also they view it as sort of a preventative measure for government overreach, where they're saying, I want to be proactive. But the big thing that stuck out to me this week has been how mainstream Bitcoin has really become. There's a saying in politics, nothing moves unless pushed. And I think that the Bitcoin community has pushed the media and it's pushed elected officials to pay attention to this, because they're realizing they have to, because so many tens of millions of Americans are on board.
I want to stick with the word you said there, alternative. Mike, a lot of alternative media coming here. And what does it say about media in general that independent media is here at the Bitcoin conference, and maybe some of the majors are not yet here?
Well, I mean, I guess the majors are here. So that's one of the things that, you know, Trump brought in, is now all of a sudden ABC, NBC, Bloomberg, Fox. Maybe we didn't give them space on the floor because they didn't deserve it yet. But, you know, our entire media row, there's a whole floor downstairs with all of them there. And luckily for us, we kind of have a weird role as Bitcoin.
All right, I'll be right back. Just a moment.
As well, but trying to inform the media that, hey, look, this is some information. Media's used to getting a press release or working with a PR department for a major brand or a major company or a major candidate. Bitcoin doesn't have that. So being decentralized, there's no one feeding the media, hey, this is some information you need to know. Here's how to talk to our PR person. Can we book them time on your show? So it's really unique for us in a decentralized way to try to help push the Bitcoin narrative and say, please come here for yourself. Meet with everyone. We want to make this a stage that everybody can talk to, and all these media outlets can talk to hear more about what is happening in Bitcoin.
Of course, Bitcoin Magazine, a media outlet as well. The privacy issue of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands. Now, Cabot, I want to talk about misinformation, right? Yeah. The idea that media is informing people properly. Your thoughts on just media attitudes to Bitcoin? What was your past exposure to this?
It's been interesting. So I talked to a lot of elected officials, and back in 2017, 18, 19, there wasn't a lot of awareness from them about what this issue was. And so because the electeds were not talking about it, the media thought, well, I don't really need to talk about this. And they were able to pigeonhole Bitcoin as this fringe topic that doesn't really need to be discussed. Once the elected officials started realizing, for good or bad, we need to actually look at legislating this, or we need to deregulate what's going on here and get out of it. Once the elected officials started doing that, I think the media followed. And I actually think the media attention is a very good thing for Bitcoiners for this reason. When the politicians are able to operate in the dark, they love nothing more. They do not want the general public being aware of what they're doing. And so we've seen in the last 3 years, the Biden administration take issue with cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin, trying to target it, trying to make it harder to access. And a lot of people were not even aware of what was going on. You've got tens of millions of Americans invested in Bitcoin who maybe weren't even aware that people like Elizabeth Warren and others were trying to crack down on it. with this media attention, we always say light is the best disinfectant. With this media attention, people are now aware of, wait, what is my senator doing on this? What is my presidential candidate doing on this? And I think that is helpful. Now, the question becomes if the media covers it fairly.
Right.
I think none of us trust the legacy mainstream media outlets to do a fair job of covering what Bitcoin is all about and the legislative issue there. But I do think that the increased attention is good for the Bitcoin community.
Mike, your quick thoughts before a word from our sponsors.
Yep. We've now seen the Bitcoin conference evolve to when you Google this entire week, everyone is making all their major Bitcoin announcements. It's not just the press, it's every single company that's making Bitcoin announcements. Whether it's Ferrari accepting Bitcoin, or I believe Michigan just bought $5 million of Bitcoin.
Multiple pension funds, Jersey City, Michigan.
They're all making these announcements this week because they know the press is saying this is the week that we're going to talk about Bitcoin. This is all happening. So even the momentum itself of this event causes all the press to
Oh, I'm
talk about
sorry.
it and everyone to make
Welcome
other
to all the new followers and viewers. I appreciate
at our
it.
stage, which I want to point out, we welcome
Yeah, as you
everyone.
can
We have
see,
a
I'm a
Bitcoin
real
announcement
person.
next
I have
year.
technical
Please come to us.
difficulties
We'd love to
here,
have
but
you on here. We'd love to promote it.
I'm going to make a Bitcoin announcement right now.
Yes.
The Daily Wire is
thank you
accepting
for
Bitcoin
joining
purchase.
our show. My name is B. Chad.
Ben said it's okay. Ben said it's okay. Perfect. Yeah. So
We're
hopefully,
covering the
look, we're happy to have
Bitcoin
you here.
conference right
Daily
now.
Wire, the rest of the
And
press, thank you
our
for
chat
coming
is
to the
moderated,
series. You know, we hope to
unlike
have,
the Bitcoin magazine's
and,
chat.
once again, we
So
invite all the press that wanna
if
cover
you're
those
new to
experiences
Bitcoin or
and
have anything interesting to say, please go ahead.
The
We'd like
media
to hear it. If you're
converging
new
at
and have
Bitcoin
questions about
2024
Bitcoin,
here in
please ask.
Nashville, Tennessee.
We'll help
Still
you out.
hours to go.
And if you
More
want to
packed agenda,
receive
and of course, Donald J.
25
Trump
cents
now, a
in
word from our
Bitcoin
sponsors. We'll be right
Cash
back.
and 10,000 Trump meme coins, just download the Zap It wallet. The link is pinned in the chat. And type in your name in the chat and I'll send you the prize. So far, nobody has taken up the offer. So I hope someone will take up the offer.
This
I'll
is
be right
Mara,
back in just 1 minute, and then the
taking
Trump
Bitcoin mining to the cutting
speech
edge
is
of
about
energy
to begin.
solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Thank you for the follow, Travel Buds. I appreciate it.
So what
Thank
is
you so
money
much.
and how does it get value? Paper money has value.
I'll be right
because
back in
someone
just
says so.
1 minute,
Bitcoin
okay?
is different.
If you
It's
want to
like
take
digital
advantage
gold.
of
It has value
25
for many
cents
the
in
reasons
Bitcoin
gold does,
Cash
but that's only the
and
start. It has a limited
10,000
supply,
Trump
only 21
meme
million,
coins,
so no one can decide to just print
download
more,
the Zap It
because no
wallet
central
and
authority
type your
controls it.
name
It
in
can
the
never be
chat,
shut down.
and
unlike
I'll
with
send it
banks
to you
and
right
credit
away.
card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
dramatically loses the purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We are just about an hour away from President Trump speaking. We are here joined by Alex Gladstein, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. You just got off the main stage. You were talking a bit about mining, educating the audience about mining. Could you tell us a little bit about what you talked about?
Sure. Well, happy to be here and honored to get the opportunity to be up on the main stage with so many other luminaries. This week's been amazing. The content I've seen, the things that are happening, the world is changing. We're right here for it. We got front row seats. We got the former President of the United States about to speak, which we'll get to. Yesterday, here and also at Bitcoin Park and other places, there was so much going on. I saw a panel with the governor of Tennessee, someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority, and a senator talking about how they're going to make Tennessee this nuclear mining capital, basically. Beautiful. And they're expanding nuclear.
Oh, I just heard that they pushed
and
back
got so much good content.
the
Obviously,
Trump
RFK,
speech
that was very
1
interesting.
hour.
Look, we all know he's not going to.
So it's going to start in 1 hour from now. Hey, Travel Buds is the first person
that was more bullish
to
than any
get
Bitcoin
the
podcaster has
Zap It
ever
wallet.
been,
Our
even joking.
newest follower. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm gonna send Travel Buds $1.
You had Femi Longe, who just joined your organization.
Yes.
You announced that this weekend. He was on the desk earlier.
Okay.
In Bitcoin Cash for being the first person to take up the offer.
Well, and they're not. Like, they're not going to.
Congratulations.
Buying that much, they're not going to get there. But, you know, whether or not it's good or not is not really for us to decide. I mean, we have to just sort of deal with it. It's going to be the evolution of Bitcoin as it monetizes from zero, from an idea, into the global reserve currency of choice for everybody in the world. And that's just the journey we're on. And, you know,
there you go. I sent it just now, Travel Buds. So let us know when you receive that money.
Rights activists and
hey, Zindra. We have nothing to do with Bitcoin Magazine. We're a completely separate channel, so we can't
So this is just the journey.
do anything about that.
Alan Farrington essay.
It seems like there's no moderators at the Bitcoin Magazine channel.
You know, what would it look like?
I think they're focusing on YouTube instead of Rumble, so that's why there's a lot of spam in there today. But you can come watch here. We are a very friendly community. We don't have a ton of spam because there's only 60 people watching, which is amazing. We have 67 people. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to send Travel Buds the 10,000 Trump.
You know, you don't need to buy it. They'll be forced to buying it eventually. They'll mine it. They'll buy it. They'll use Bitcoin mining to balance power loads and to bring us into the future of energy. But the most important thing is just let us be. You know, let us.
Yeah, we don't really allow
and,
lots of spam, swearing.
That's the best thing the U.S. government could do is just let us use it as
or,
currency.
I agree 100%.
Links
you just
in
mentioned
here.
you talked about balancing
I
power
mean,
loads, so
swearing.
that's a bit of a
I mean, you can
technical term that is associated with Bitcoin
like
mining.
once in a while, a
Can you
swear word is fine, but just spamming it
to
to
journey to different countries in Africa last year when I went Gridless, amazing team, Eric, Janet,
just
Philip,
spamming it.
And what you learn is that countries like
They'll
Malawi,
get
only 11%
removed.
of people have electricity, and you know, essentially, there is no one working on that. There's no one who's like going to bring them all online. There's no capitalistic incentive that makes sense. Most of the power infrastructure in rural Africa, rural places around the world, is all concessionally financed, meaning like donation. Relies on altruism, which isn't really going to get you very far. This changes everything with Bitcoin mining, and we were visiting these sites where it's like, okay, you're in a micro hydro, which is like a small turbine powering a village from running water in a river in a remote location. And you have to understand there's no grid to sell the excess energy to. So At night, the village sleeps.
Yep.
They have no power demand, basically none. The river never sleeps. So it's like you have this wasted energy, and you start to realize every single
Still
power
talking
location
about
in the world
the
wastes
river
energy. Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. It turns that wasted energy into capital. It buys 100% of what the village and the surrounding area doesn't want or doesn't need or doesn't buy, and it sells it to the Bitcoin network. And Bitcoin network is buying all of that, and the best part is it's paying in Bitcoin, not the local kwacha collapsing currency. It's a huge deal. So then it allows the local power company to have a better balance sheet, to build up, to expand, to build more power, to bring more power. And this is all self-interest. They're making money, Gridless is making money, and the people are paying less for their power. This is a little paradoxical for most people. They're like, wait, I thought that Bitcoin miners, were a drag on the network and are making things expensive. No, that's a lie. It's actually the opposite. Because now the power company can sell 100% of what it produces, it can charge less. So you're going to see this price of power drop. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And in Malawi, too, I think I read something in one of the essays that you wrote on this. There's further this is leading to more electrification in these areas, and as you just said, at a cheaper rate as well. Could you dive a little bit more into that if possible?
Well, I mean, look, just in that example, now that we have Bitcoin mining, the power company can afford to go build another microhydro. They can afford to connect more homes. And they're going to do it out of their own self-interest. They're not going to do it for altruistic reasons. You don't need Bill Gates or the UN or Warren Buffett to come in and make a big donation. No, we don't need to wait for that. They're never going to do that. If we relied on that, these people would live in darkness forever.
Actually,
this is
maybe I'll increase the amount of Trump meme coins I'll be giving out. We'll see how many people join in and want to receive some. Welcome, Baby Shay, new follower. Appreciate you. Welcome, JD Vargas.
And it's not just
if you guys are interested in receiving some Bitcoin Cash, just download the Zapit crypto wallet. The link is pinned in the chat. Once you do, you create your name there, kind of like the Cash App has cash tags. You create your name, and then
now it's going to pay you instead of you paying it.
And I will send you the prize.
It does, it's hard for people to swallow because they've been lied to for a decade plus by the government and the media, which has been telling them that Bitcoin is dangerous and risky. The reality is it's not, and it's really good for us, and it's really good for the planet. It's going to make more green power, and it's going to have more electricity per capita for everybody, and that's how you advance civilization. I used a chart that showed basically income per capita versus electricity consumption per capita. You don't want to be down here. You want to be up here, and the only way to get from down here to up here is to use more electricity. I showed case examples of South Korea and Vietnam, and as they used more electricity, they got richer. It's very basic. And Bitcoin is a technology that can help us bring the 4 billion people who don't have a whole lot of electricity, or none at all, and bring them up and to the right, which is really the most important thing we can do as humans, because without power, you don't have health, you don't have wealth, you don't have civilization. So this is how we advance, is to use more power, and Bitcoin's going to help us do that. And the final thing I'll just say is that there's an important distinction between fossils and renewables, because fossils are more modular. Like we don't really waste a whole lot of them. I mean, we can talk about flaring, but generally speaking, like when there's less demand, they dig less out of the ground.
Right.
Okay, that's not how renewables work at all. It's up to God. There's whatever. There's wind, there's sun. Like we don't control it. Bitcoin buys, all of what's produced.
Okay, swearing.
The demand is the demand, and Bitcoin just saves
people that swear will get a 5-minute timeout.
We appreciate that. Thank you for the breakdown. Also,
and if they keep doing it, then they'll get banned. Then they'll get banned for the live stream, and then if they do it again, then they'll get banned forever.
Contingent, I think, of conservatives here, obviously, to see President Trump.
That's the rule. When it comes to swearing or spam.
Purport to support more. Purport to support more.
But you also have to give a warning. If someone swears, like that guy that was just in here, new viewer, Indra, and he swore whatever, maybe he didn't know, so you gotta say, please don't swear, remove, delete that comment for 5 minutes,
Well, we don't know.
or delete the comment, then
of course the rumors
and time them out, or kick them
that he doesn't want to be
after
upstaged
that.
by RFK.
We'll give people a few strikes.
Sort of idea. But we'll see. I mean, that's interesting. I think taking politics out of it, it's remarkable that the former president of the United States is going to come give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Just complete. I mean, it doesn't matter what party they're in. Like, that is insane. 10 years ago, a time traveler probably would not have believed you.
Yeah.
We went from being 3 years ago really excited about a smaller Latin American country that frankly most Americans haven't really heard of to the former president of the United States. Like that is a freaking leap year advance, step function advance. Now we're there. Now we had Kamala's team debating. She ended up not coming. The point is, it's now Bitcoin is in the national conversation. It's not going anywhere.
Okay,
And the
if he
folks at
was just a
BPI do such a
spammer,
good
then.
job making that the case. And their summit in D.C. every spring is so important to support and to attend, where we can help educate our lawmakers. And again, look, people have different opinions about the U.S. government adopting Bitcoin. Fine, but we want Americans to adopt Bitcoin.
Agreed, yeah.
So let's push the government to the side. You know, they're probably not going to buy a lot of Bitcoin. That's fine. We may not even want them to Femi's point. Maybe we want other countries to accumulate it. We'll see. But what we definitely don't want them to do is to go after developers making Bitcoin more usable as a currency and more private.
Yeah.
And
Can I
that's-
actually
yeah,
can I
yeah,
put a pin in
let's-
that one?
yeah,
I think we're
let's-
gonna dive right back into Bitcoin and privacy right after this. We're going to cut to Q again. I'm here with Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. Don't go anywhere. Over to you, Q.
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the expo hall, and as I've said all day, all week, we have some incredible different booths as well as some experiences. So right now, I'm sitting in the Korsov tunnel. Don't kill me, Core Scientific. I'm sorry if that's not how I pronounce it. But it's walking you through essentially how to harness energy for Bitcoin mining, what the future of that looks like. But look, if anyone out there's got a shroom chocolate and wants to sit here and discuss the future of humanity the way this video does, I'd be open to it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, some people are coming in from the Bitcoin magazine stream. There's a lot of spammers in there, and I'm trying to invite some people from there to come check out our show. Looks like some people may have, because we have more viewers than usual, so thank you for joining.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Mara Live Desk. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. We have about an hour until President Trump speaks. To my left, I have Pete Rizzo, host extraordinaire. He's sitting to my left here. He'll be part of this panel here. Yeah, and we have Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, we were just talking off camera a bit about privacy, the importance of privacy, and quite an interesting conversation you had the other day with someone, an early advocate for privacy on the internet.
We need to get up to 1,000 followers so we can get verified.
The amount of interaction with the Tennessee
I hope we can get up
lawmakers
to
has been
1,000 soon. I really want that Rumble verification back. Rumble's my favorite platform. We're the #1 Bitcoin channel on Rumble. Despite not having as many followers, we're dedicated to Rumble, unlike the Bitcoin magazine or the other popular Bitcoin channels. Not popular, they're just on here. They copy their YouTube channel and they clone it over here. But they really don't care about Rumble. We are the #1 Bitcoin Rumble channel. We care about freedom the most.
And it's happening to people who are developing open source tools like Samurai. And we had Zach Shapiro from BPI on the panel with Matt Odell and myself. We're discussing this, and he was very bullish on Tennessee pushing back against the federal government on these things and providing a framework to protect open source development related to Bitcoin privacy. And it's very important if Tennessee is willing to do that, because they can create
I guess the
briefs
Trump
and they can
speech
push
will be
forward
in
and make
about
frameworks
1
that then the
hour.
government
They
has to
moved it
respond to.
back. I wonder if
So
there's
he's basically
what
committed to
happened. Was
that. I
there a
watched this happen
security
live.
concern?
So the Tennessee government is now going to work with BPI to challenge.
I swear they said
Bitcoin
2 p.m.
And that is an
Eastern
that'll win.
time,
That's
which
the
is
single
1
outcome of
p.m.
this
Central
conference. That's
time.
amazing. And of course, it's
now
not.
it's 3
Bouncing off
p.m.
what
Eastern.
Alex saying, really, I mean, this is cypherpunk
Central.
values going into mainstream politics, right? You said Phil Zimmerman, a veteran of the crypto wars.
Yeah.
Man, wow, that he's on stage here speaking at a Bitcoin conference, and how important it is to kind of bridge this history, right? Bitcoin magazine host sometimes, and then historian on Twitter and on X, if you follow me there. you know, I kind of go into the cypherpunk history and, you know, just bouncing off what you said, the cypherpunks really were a political group, right, in the 90s in California, and they were really activated by this idea that, you know, in a digital age, we wouldn't have privacy. You read people like Hal Finney, like Phil Zimmerman. They were worried about many of the issues that we see today and that politicians are now responding to, and essentially it was this lack of privacy in a digital age, and now we have Bitcoin, the digital cash, hopefully bringing more privacy to our financial
Digital
lives.
cash.
Obviously the case of William Hill and Keanu Rodriguez and the Samurai developers chilling because it reminds us of this history and really the worst parts of this history, which is government overreach, but government prosecution.
Baby Shay got it.
Writing and publishing code, right? That's what happened during the crypto wars. So the PGP, pretty good privacy. This was the project that Phil Zimmerman brought to the
Baby
world.
Shay
You
got
might
the
be
new
familiar,
wallet.
but this was a piece of code that he wrote.
All right,
It was
well then
treated by the
just
government as a
paste
munition.
your name in the
It was as a
chat,
kind of
Baby
he launched,
Shay, and I'll
you know,
send you
open source
25
code for a
cents
nuclear
in
weapon, right?
Bitcoin
That's how they
Cash
prosecuted
and
him. This is the
10,000
case that
Trump
lasted for years.
tokens.
You can talk to the veterans like Adam Bass.
Let's
who are still around.
go.
But it goes today. That's why I think it's important that they say that there's worries about censorship.
I appreciate all that context, Pete, and I actually want to touch on this while you're here, Alex, especially why is privacy important, especially to the people that you work with in the human rights field?
Well, when we talked with the AG, of Tennessee down here, what was super interesting was that.
Oh, there is a moderator
is it
now.
American to go after a blacksmith if the knife that he made was used in a crime? No, of course not. You go after the criminal. So that's.
There is
what
a
happening
moderator.
now.
They
Going after
added a
blacksmith for
moderator.
somebody else's crime.
Uh-oh.
And it's not American. Now, it
Well,
might
they
be what
didn't
do
get
in
rid
Europe
of
or China
our-
or somewhere else, but it's
our
nice to see
chat.
that there are American officials willing to step up to that. And the way that it connects with the work we do at HRF,
Interesting.
it's very important. Now, due to historical coincidence, essentially, or the values and virtues we have in Western society, a lot of the privacy tools were made here, okay? We don't actually know who Satoshi Nakamoto was, but they were probably in an advanced democracy.
Interesting,
Seems
interesting.
likely. And obviously, Hal Finney and many others were in America or Europe who helped to build the tools we have today that allow us to have sovereignty and privacy on the internet. So if we're attacking people at home, it hurts everybody. So like, for example, when the Phoenix folks who make a very effective Lightning wallet pulled out of the U.S. market due to concerns that maybe they could get sued, which is really depressing that the U.S. government is creating that environment. Like, we should be getting people to come here to build. We should be encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation.
So I
instead we're
guess
on
they
the short
ran
list
out
of,
of
like,
speakers.
North
Did
Korea and Turkmenistan for
Vivek
countries that
speak
use
yet?
Phoenix. So, we can change that, and if we don't, it sucks for human rights activists globally, because all of a sudden their ability to use Phoenix as they're traveling gets limited, and it's just not, it sucks. So what we want to do is help the officials here, and BPI does such a good job of this, understand that they can play a role in defending human rights for everybody by making America a place that people can come and build Bitcoin tools. Like, of course, I think this is very important from the mining perspective, but we also have to build Bitcoin here.
Right.
Right?
I was going to say, I think Samurai should be exciting, right? This is something that I think we should want to build, right? This is simply a tool that takes a transaction, accepts it, and then you are able to withdraw the same amount of cryptocurrency that you put in. It's simply a service that kind of moves cryptocurrency, or in this case Bitcoin, around. Obviously there's some privacy benefits, but this tool doesn't require a central operator, yet the operators are being accused of money laundering, right? This is traditionally something that a company would have to register, and the argument, of course, is that they are a company, even though this is simply their code, their speech, right? And as we've seen in the U.S. law, there is this precedent that code is speech, right? And I think it's important that that gets upheld.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the context, and also the fact that the developers of Samurai Wallet were never actually touching customer funds, yet they're being charged as a money service business.
Welcome,
quite
Harold
intense.
and
Pete,
Lijo. We're
you're a
not
Bitcoin historian.
doing
You've
our
been covering
raffle yet.
crypto
There's
full-time,
still
or Bitcoin and crypto full-time for now for over a
18
decade.
minutes
Have you
until
ever
the
seen
next
anything
raffle, where we'll pick
Have you ever
10
seen
people to
anything
win
that has-
10
that has
cents
had
in
this sort of chilling
Bitcoin.
effect, or that has developers so nervous?
Well, I think
Do
we've
the
been in a
raffle
series of
every
chilling
hour.
effects, right? We haven't talked about it, but the China.
Also, we got
migration,
lots of
China,
other
earlier,
contests
Scott
too,
Preston,
and ways to
conservative
win
commentator
more
about this, and
Bitcoin.
he was curious about
There's
China,
lots
right?
of ways
China,
to
of course,
win.
had a tremendous
Welcome
advantage,
all
right?
new
This is a country where, because of
viewers and
their
followers. I'll
ability
tell
to
you a
produce,
few ways to
mining
win
chips
right
for
now. I'll
computer
show
chips
you.
is
We use
generally,
this
60,
thing called
70%
the
of
X
global
Picker,
mining power. Again, these are the
where it
machines
picks
that
out a
compete to
random
produce
person
Bitcoin
who
for
likes and
consolidating the
reposts our
country.
messages on
Rather than
X.
embracing it, rather
Every
than using
post
this
is
really as a
eligible
tool
to win
advance their own
25
country, they
cents.
simply
So
sent They
I'll
banned this
post
and
some
they sent,
messages
their
here
miners abroad, and that's
that
why
you
there
can
are
like and
so many
repost
miners
right
here.
now
It's
for
very
a chance to
interesting to see
win
Donald Trump, kind of seize on
25 cents
that
in
opportunity.
Bitcoin
But
Cash,
yeah, when you
and
take
this
perspective, I think,
offer
it's important to
is
remember that Bitcoin
indefinite.
exists in
You
this
can win
geopolitical
25 cents
way,
every
and
day
we've
just by
seen,
liking and
just
reposting,
hostility from so
while
many
having a
places
chance
in
to.
China right now, even if you're a CEO of a cryptocurrency
Thank you
or
guys
Bitcoin
so
company,
much for
they're
giving
mentioning
us
that
a
they can't leave
chance.
their
I
home,
know a
they
lot
can't
of
travel,
people
right?
in
So
the
there's this
crypto
idea that,
industry
you know,
are
Bitcoin
skeptical of
might
Bitcoin
face kind
Cash,
of, some
but I
overreach
can
in
assure
America,
you it
but this
is
has already
great.
happened, right? China
Not a
really
scam.
was,
It's not
did take such a negative
this or
attitude,
that.
and I
It's a
think,
good
maybe it hasn't been
cryptocurrency
as bad
that
in
it
America, but
can
it
be
can
used
get
as
better,
cash.
right? We've seen businesses struggle to get banking,
Yep.
startups that were debanked, right? So there hasn't been a level playing field, and I think that's what the industry is calling for. It merely just wants to compete against existing financial services.
Appreciate that. And in that context, so there hasn't been a level playing field, and you're talking about
Here's
what's been
one.
important here in America, things that we've upheld, or the idea that
That's
things can
our
get better here in
liquidity
America.
one.
In a place like China,
Cash
maybe we
token,
don't
the
expect
cash
that so
rain
much.
token.
Alex, from what you're seeing around the world, you're one of the people who have sort of made it, I think, more public
And we
knowledge
have
that
another
it's
one, the
exception,
free
not the
Ver
rule, to live in
token.
a liberal democracy.
Sure.
So there's
Nobody even
authoritarian
commented
regimes
on
around the
that
world.
one. I'm
How
surprised.
much of what comes out of America
That some
is not
people
only
would be
going to
interested
influence
in the
other
free
liberal
Ver
democracies,
token, but I
other
was
leaders,
wrong.
what they're going to see from America on Bitcoin, maybe the broader crypto space.
Here's
as well,
one.
and how is that
We're
going to
taking
affect
over
things
the
worldwide?
Bitcoin
Well, at least there's a
conference.
Bitcoin
Our buddy
organization, HRF, was
Callisti,
involved in something called SOPA
they
Pickup,
went to
which is
this
what the US
music
government was trying to do, is
karaoke
basically
thing
allow
where you can
corporations to
pay
start censoring
Bitcoin to
censoring
get
the
your
internet.
song
And
played,
one of the
and they
fears we
took it
had
over and
was we
put
don't really work on domestic policy, but we were
13,000
afraid
sats
that
to
this would create a chilling effect
show the
where dictators
Bitcoin
would say,
Cash
"Oh, look, America's doing
podcast
that, so
on
we're
the
gonna do it
top.
too." So
And
basically,
another one
whatever
says
we do gets
cashies
copied
were
by everybody
right.
else. So, like,
Bitcoin
any sort of
Cash is the
financial
real
restrictions we have
Bitcoin.
may get, sort
So
of
I made a
dispersed
post
through
saying
FATF
Bitcoin
and
Cash
these other
taking
sort of
back the
alphabet soup
Bitcoin title at the
organizations to
2024
dictators globally.
conference.
So
While
we
BTC is
are
focusing on
still, I know
appeasing the
we're not
government
quite
and
the
Wall
city on the
Street
hill
this
maybe we
year,
used to be, but, like,
BCH
we
is
matter a lot.
continuing to
Like, what we
focus
do
on
really
peer-to-peer
carries weight
cash,
around the world.
financial freedom
And
that will
look, at the end of the
replace
day,
those
I wanna push back against
antiquated
this idea
systems.
that a lot of sadly people sort of maybe on the
Awesome.
Democrat side have that Bitcoin
All
is
right.
like bad for America.
What other
This is
ones
sort
we
of what
got
Elizabeth
here?
Warren pushes.
Oh,
and
is
it's
it too early to
fake
start
news
training for
because
karate
think about it,
combat?
and
I
I
want to
mentioned this
get in the
yesterday on my
ring
keynote, what is
and
what
fight some
do
BTs
dictators need?
or
They need
anybody.
three things.
I'm
They
not.
need
I don't hate
censorship,
BTs
they need confiscation
or
and they need
anyone in
closed capital
particular. I
markets.
just
So
think
then I
it'd be
pose
an
to the audience,
interesting
well,
matchup.
what is Bitcoin, and what is the American idea? It's
Those are
property
our
rights,
two
free
messages
speech,
from
and open
yesterday.
capital
Here's
markets.
one
So, you know,
about
ultimately, look, I think we're
the
gonna go through a
Bitcoin
transition
emoji
here.
on Rumble.
We are a country today that issues the reserve currency. We can
I
literally
think the
issue
DGen ones, I don't
credits
know.
that buy oil.
I don't know if
That
I
has
want to
major
accept it.
benefits. But, you know, a lot of that is tied up in a system that does a lot of exploitation of other people. And I think, you know, globally, and I think that if we move to a system where we're more collaborative with the rest of the world, we'll actually be stronger. So this is sort of my thesis, is that
Look at all
America's gonna
these.
be really
We're gonna be
dynamic in
giving
the
away.
Bitcoin
Should
world.
we?
And if you
Maybe
look
we'll do it
around,
right now. I'll
yes,
give
look,
you
it's gonna
1
be really
minute to
rough
go
for the
like and
CCP
repost,
if the
and we're
people
gonna
have more
start
power
doing
over
the
the
X
economy.
pickers.
That's going to be really bad for them. It's not going to be bad for Nashville. It's not going to be bad for Tennessee.
I think the way that I would look at this question is, what does America gain from being against this invention, right? It is an invention. Bitcoin exists. It's out there in the world.
Here
It's
we
a neutral,
go. Are
apolitical
you
monetary
ready
system.
to win
What does
some
America gain, right? We've seen
Bitcoin?
how much, people go with that, because companies need to go out. And we've seen
Let's go. Let's do it before the Trump speech starts. Give away some more BCH. Here's our first one, the cash rain token of the day.
Right. So, and in these businesses right now, even 12, 16 months ago, we're thinking, hey, like, we should move outside of America, right? So from merely an economic perspective, it's hard to see what the U.S. gains from sticking with its current policy.
Well, can I push back a little bit on that if you don't mind, Pete? So we have dollar hegemony around the world, right? The dollar is the global reserve currency. There's maybe some fear that maybe Bitcoin might replace that one day. Do you think that factors into some of the political decisions that are being made right now?
Well, I don't think it's reached the level of political discourse where they're aware of it. I've had several conversations on this desk today where this has kind of come up, right? This natural competition between Bitcoin and the dollar. Of course, in the Bitcoin space, we believe that Bitcoin competes with the dollar, should compete with the dollar, that it will compete with the dollar. And I think we want to move away from the U.S. financial system as it's currently constructed because of all the great writing that Alex Gladstein does. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com, and he talks about all of the really like terrible nature of the system in terms of like what it takes to actually operate a global reserve currency for the U.S. dollar to maintain that status. Is that a conversation that Donald Trump is having backstage right now, where he's with a roundtable of industry executives? I don't know. I can't answer that question.
It is a conversation his vice president pick is having. Okay. J.D. Vance has talked at length. He even questioned Jay Powell, head of the Fed, on this on the record last year. There's a video of it. You should
Macro
watch it.
is
And
the
he's basically
first
saying,
winner,
you know,
winning 25 cents.
doesn't make it really hard for us to make things in a competitive way. Hasn't followed up.
Congratulations. Send you the prize.
Yeah,
If you reply with your Zappit name.
Like, yeah.
Zappit is like the
So this
Cash
is the
app
externality
of
being the
Bitcoin.
reserve currency that we don't
Make a
have to talk
name
about.
and
I
you
mean,
can easily
a lot of
send
people know that it's bad for other countries.
Yes.
But a lot of people don't
Bitcoin
realize
to
it's
your
bad for
friends
the
and
average American.
family and
Yeah, so the strength
businesses.
of the dollar, obviously, it's something that makes exports more expensive.
Or
Is
you
that
can
what you're
send
getting
it
at? So
to
when we
someone's
send things abroad, we
email
don't have as much money coming into the
if
country
they
as a
register
result.
their
Just
email
about,
or
Because the dollar's so
telephone
strong,
as well.
Right? We can't make stuff that's competitive
Lots
on
of
global markets.
right.
So it all goes to China or wherever else. And it means that, essentially, our manufacturing base gets totally hollowed out. And now we're dependent on all these countries for all this important stuff. We're kind of paralyzed. And so if we can weaken the dollar, which this is what J.D. Vance and some of Trump's economic advisors want to do, they want to weaken the dollar and devalue the dollar like we did in the 80s to try and combat what was going on with Japan and the rivalry with Japan. We forced Japan to appreciate its currency so that they stopped becoming. We didn't want them to become the #1 power in the world.
That's right.
And they were threatening to become one, and we said no, and we had the Plaza Accords and all this stuff. We basically forced Japan to strengthen its currency so it became less competitive so that we could sell more stuff.
Perfect.
And that's going to happen again. That's what they're proposing, is to devalue. Now, what do you want to hold in that situation? You probably want to hold Bitcoin.
I appreciate that, and that's a perfect note to end on. We are going to cut over to Q again. I was sitting here with Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian on X. Also, as I said,
The
News Desk host
Bitcoin
extraordinaire, and
historian.
Alex
This
Lasky,
guy's a
Chief Strategy
joke.
Officer for the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for your work. Pete,
Thank you,
thank you
guys.
so much.
Guy
Cutting
doesn't
over to
cover
you,
the
Q.
history of
Let's
Bitcoin
go.
at all. Covers
Thanks, Frank.
covers
I am
up the
down on
history of
Expo Hall with
Bitcoin.
my dear friend, Uncle Rockstar.
I've never
He
heard
is a
him talk about
contributor to
hijacking
BTC
Bitcoin
Server
or
as well
anything
as
else like
Nostr.
that.
And what we wanted to spend some time talking about is a hot button issue.
What is this?
It is going to be talked about during Trump's speech, as well as been talked about and discussed all throughout this conference and weeks and months leading up to it. And it's around Ross Ulbricht.
Yes,
Ross
and
Ulbricht,
from
we
my
got the
perspective,
Ross
it's gonna be
coin.
talked until the election day, and then after the election day, because Donald Trump promised that if he's elected, that he will free Ross. So we're all waiting for that.
Right, and for those who maybe are not as aware of who Ross is, Ross was the creator of Silk Road, who has been now in jail for how many years?
Man, it's been what, like over a decade, and it's crazy that you get jail time just for creating a free market. Really, his biggest contribution to Bitcoin, in my view, was about applying the technology that Bitcoin is and ensuring that we can use it for transactions, and to create a free market and then get a jail sentence, 2 lifetimes. It's crazy, man.
It is insane to watch this transpire, but also at the same time, it is incredible to see that this is now becoming a conversation that we're seeing presidential candidates having in real time. I know you helped create something special to commemorate this moment. Do you want to try to share it with the audience to talk a little bit about this?
I was showing it yesterday on the air, but I'm showing it again because I've been helping with Bitcoin payments here at the conference. So besides those great free Ross t-shirts that you can pick up for free, they're available next to the merch store. Let's go. Let me help you. Boom.
Free Ross, day one.
Yeah. Besides that, there is Laserite cards that you can use to pay here with Bitcoin at the conference. We can't promote as much as Talk to a Girl, you and me, but we gotta try our best. And yeah, free Ross day one.
We're gonna hawk to a little bit of Bitcoin onto that card. Frank, we're gonna head back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. We got a little bit of time here. Continue the free Roger Ver token. Next up, the winner for the free Roger Ver cash token is Iron. You want a cash? Is that what you're saying? I think Cash Rain actually might have got a little bit cheaper.
It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one
I
can
think
decide
I
to
heard it
just
went
print
down to
more.
$3
Because no central
now.
authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you
Check
don't
it
need
out.
approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can
The
be.
next
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin.
is the
It all
Bitcoin
started in
Cash
2019
takeover at the
in the heart of
conference.
San Francisco. The first major
3,
Bitcoin conference in
2,
years that
1.
kickstarted a
The
revolution.
winner is
And then Miami, a place where
DDL Vega. Congratulations, you just won 25 cents in Bitcoin simply by liking and reposting our message on X.
global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization.
Most
While Miami
interactive
was incredible,
crypto
it was
show
time to set the stage for
on
Bitcoin
Rumble and
in the
maybe
city.
even the
So we took
whole
conference
internet.
on the road. Nashville,
We
Tennessee
use
was the
Bitcoin,
obvious
we
choice.
use
A city
crypto
known
every
for
day.
music and freedom. Next
Not
year,
just
the
talk
conference
about
is
it,
on the road
not
again.
just hope for the price to go up. We use it
We are headed to a
to
new city next year.
give
With
people
hyper-Bitcoinization
financial
right around the corner,
freedom
we have no plans
in their
to take
life
the foot off the
and
gas.
can experience
Find out where we are headed next.
what it
Scan the
feels
QR
like
code
to
and be at the main
use
stage
such a
for the
powerful
announcement.
invention. Alright, the next winner is Rocco, our amazing mod and treasurer.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
Congratulations.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Trump's speech is coming up in 30 minutes. You won't want to miss it.
By the people, for the people.
And here we're doing the X picker for our streams from yesterday. I forgot to do them at the end of the show. These are the ones for yesterday's stream advertisement. First, oh, Isti already won. Only subscribers can win multiple times per day. And Rocco is a subscriber, so he wins another 25 cents. Congratulations, Rocco.
It's like digital gold. It has value for
Rocco
millions
making
of
that
dollars, but
bank.
that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event
Next
of Bitcoin
up.
2024, just minutes away. The 45th President, Donald J. Trump, coming up. I'm sitting here at the desk right now with Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Coming up, the great Ron Paul will be joining us on this desk. I want to talk about the
What?
environment here.
Ron
today,
Paul's
what you're
gonna be
seeing around
here?
the venue. I'm looking online.
No
at
way.
some of the news
That's
breaking.
that's
The presidential
amazing.
or former president's motorcade outside.
I gotta announce that.
Lines are for blocks in terms of the people out. It looks like really the election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, there's lines around this entire event throughout the expo hall. People cannot wait to go into the main stage, the Nakamoto stage, and you know, I think we're going to experience history here.
Well, certainly a lot of speculation about what Donald Trump might say. I mean, there's lines of people waiting now to get into the main stage. We saw RFK yesterday. I think it would suffice to say expectations are high for Trump's speech. Would you agree, Christian?
Yeah, very high, and I hope people actually don't get disappointed. He is still new to Bitcoin, and it takes some time. It was very interesting if you can position RFK's presentation from last year, Bitcoin 2023, to this year. He went from I'll protect nodes to I'll buy 4 million Bitcoin. So he took a giant leap in this past year or so. I think maybe Trump is about a year behind, but we'll see if he is as bullish as RFK by 2025.
Well, of course, no shortage of bullish news rolling across the Bitcoin Magazine Twitter feed. Going to read some today earlier. Cantor Fitzgerald, CEO, saying they own a, quote, shitload of Bitcoin.
Advertise Ron Paul.
Multiple pension funds drop news announcements. The state of Michigan allocating to Bitcoin. Jersey City as well allocating to Bitcoin. Christian, your thoughts on just the institutional news that we've seen?
Yeah, well, I am pretty famous for saying no one is bullish enough. I think that the bullish news, especially in a bull market like this, when there's so much momentum, just continues to pile on. And
Bitcoin reserve in the U.S. It sounds like we're expecting the Trump campaign to make some sort of announcement. Do you think that Trump will announce that he will buy Bitcoin as president today?
I don't like to speculate, but if he wants to even remotely make a splash compared to RFK, I think RFK is definitely pushing him into a corner to make some pretty big commitments, and obviously Trump is the front runner rather than RFK, who's an independent, so that would carry a lot more weight if he does.
I want to describe a little bit of what you're going to be seeing as you watch Donald J. Trump speak at the Bitcoin conference. So there's going to be a number of T-shirts out in the audience with some slogans. One of them is Free Ross Day One. The other, Free Ross, Vote Trump. Let's introduce the audience at home. For those who don't know, why do Bitcoiners want President Trump to free Ross? CK.
Yeah, well, Ross Ulbricht, he was the founder of Silk Road, and he really turned into the first kind of martyr for Bitcoin along with Julian Assange. Thankfully, Julian Assange was recently allowed to go back home to his family after being tortured in various different forms of isolation for a long time. Yeah, released but not pardoned. But Ross is the other one, and honestly, I think it's almost like a marker for how far Bitcoin has come in terms of the zeitgeist and influence around the world. To see if and when Ross actually gets out of prison. Ross spent his entire 30s, that entire decade in prison. And again, I think that the legal system was trying to make an example out of him. Don't step out of the line. Don't get out of the dollar
That's
system.
something we could use as a
President
Ron
Trump
Paul
does
coin.
actually win, he has already committed to free Ross, and I think that would be a massive milestone for this movement in general.
And a big signal he's sending to the libertarian-leaning community, to Bitcoiners. We're taking questions live in the chat, streaming on X, YouTube, and Rumble, talking right now about what we're going to see on stage when Donald J. Trump takes the stage, and the signs talking about Free Ross Day One. Obviously, Ross, an innovator in the community, who's looking for a chance at freedom for Donald Trump. I guess, is this enough, CK? Do you think that this issue or this promise is enough to get Bitcoiners who are uninterested in the electoral process to vote?
I definitely think that libertarians and Bitcoiners, many of them are single-issue voters, but many of them are dual-issue voters. It's Bitcoin and Ross. Ross's freedom is absolutely imperative for this movement.
I own Free Ross token,
yeah, I think a lot of
Ash
Bitcoiners
token.
will, consider potentially voting in a different way if that is something that they find is a reasonable assurance and something that they think will happen. And that's what the political process is all about. Politicians need to see what the people want and deliver on it, and I think a lot of people want to see Ross freed.
Well, the price is high, expectations are high, flirting with $69,000. They're calling it in the chat thread the Trump pump. Is that how you would describe it?
Hey,
Christian,
the
or what do you
pump
think
is
about the
coming.
market activity that's surrounding this event right now.
Yeah, it could be the Trump pump. It could be the Bitcoin 2024 pump. I remember I was at Bitcoin 2019 back when I used to be with this organization, and the environment was euphoric, and I'm feeling rhymes of that here at Bitcoin 2024.
Well, of course, much more to come today, including Donald J. Trump. We're going to hear more senators on stage kind of supporting Donald Trump's policy. Of course, rumors that Kamala Harris might come to the conference, interesting as well. Of course, she didn't actually attend, but certainly there's political fervor here. Christian, as a representative of the Human Rights Foundation, I guess, how do you look at the politicization of the conference?
Yeah, well, you know, the Human Rights Foundation is not really focused on American politics. We're actually focused on politics outside of democracies. The reality about democracies is that this happens, right? That politicians come here and they try to make their case to the people. In Russia, they haven't seen Vladimir Putin in the public for 25 years, right? So it's a completely different situation. In terms of the politicization, let's just say the politicians seeing Bitcoiners and Bitcoin as a imperative for their election. You know, I think that that's part of hyper-Bitcoinization, and it's something that should be expected. And often I'm actually disappointed by the lack of foresight from many Bitcoiners who are complaining about politicians getting into this as if they want Bitcoin to stay a niche little hobby rather than an actual revolution that can change the world.
Well, of course, minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. Let's stay with that word that you mentioned, hyper-Bitcoinization, Christian. Obviously, a lot of people tuning in for the first time, maybe Republican voters, conservative-leaning Americans. What is hyper-Bitcoinization, and how does that encapsulate the vision of this movement?
Yeah, the idea of hyper-Bitcoinization is summarized in this kind of meme, which is infinity divided by 21 million. Obviously, Bitcoin is a fixed supply hard asset currency, and the idea is we can price the entire world in it, and actually, if we do so, that will create better economic calculations and make the world a far better place with far less manipulation of currency and enable people to create bigger and better and stronger markets. And, you know, it is obviously going to be a big process because right now we're at less than 0.01% adoption of Bitcoin, despite Bitcoin being a household name. And to get all the way to hyper-Bitcoinization, we're going to need all the help that we can get. But I truly believe that Bitcoin being the world's global and only money is something that is going to make the world a far, far better and more equitable place.
When people ask you about that future and how it will be, the concerns that they might have, are people concerned about a future where Bitcoin is the dominant currency in your view, or simply they just need more education?
You know, I think everyone needs more education, obviously. All of us, even if you're here for 10 years, even if you're in this space since 2009, since the beginning, it is difficult to grok what
I made one more post.
Money could look like and what it would mean. So obviously there's going to be questions, but I've said this on many podcasts and many shows in the past. The fact that people struggle to see this future is almost like proof of paradigm shift, because if you're in the current paradigm, it's impossible to see what the future looks like.
Well, of course, we can see the future ahead here at Bitcoin 2024, moments away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech, talking now about the global context of Bitcoin as really a financial movement, but a freedom movement. Christian, wondering if you could add a little context about that for the folks at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is what the HRF and the financial freedom team, which I lead at HRF, is all about, which is that Bitcoin is freedom money. Bitcoin is money.
Bitcoin Cash is freedom money. 106 viewers. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. My name is B. Chad. I'm the host of this fine program. And I love to give away Bitcoin to all my viewers each and every day. That is my purpose in life, is onboard the whole world onto Bitcoin. I love using it. It's fast and easy to use.
For speaking out, right? So having money that dictators can't stop, having money that governments can't stop.
And we are getting ready for Trump to join here soon in just 20 minutes.
Free Ross on the signs. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech. We've got a word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back at the Mara
If
News
you
Desk,
a new viewer or follower and want to try out Bitcoin Cash, just follow our channel, download the Zapit wallet, and enter your name in the chat, and I will send you 25 cents right now. Up to Up to 100 people can win. Right now, we've only had one person redeem it, and I sent them $1 and 10,000 trophies.
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes. We're talking about runes. But first,
Oh yeah, I think it's time to do a raffle right now anyway. Let's do it before the speech starts. Go ahead and enter in your Zapit names. That's the Zapit crypto wallet. The best wallet for Bitcoin Cash. It's just like the Cash App, but better. Create your name on there and I can send you ECH and tokens directly. Here you go. Subscribers on Rumble that pay $5 a month can get triple the entries. That means you have a better chance at winning every single time. So you can earn even more Bitcoin Cash on the daily. The most interactive crypto Bitcoin show on the internet. We've been here a year and a half now. I've been in Bitcoin since the very beginning, 2009. I'm an OG veteran. I know, I've seen it all. Thanks for the follow, Body. I don't know everything. Like, I'm not as smart as some of the programmers and computer scientists that know every little technical detail, but I have a good grasp on kind of liberty and how money can help free the world with a peer-to-peer electronic cash. So that's my expertise.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development.
I just love having fun. I love using it. Not just talking about it. I love using it and sharing it with people. I love sharing Bitcoin. Every day, that's my dream every day. And the days I don't have a show, I go to bed upset at myself. Like, oh, I didn't get to do what I love. Spend time with you guys and give away Bitcoin.
Welcome back to the Mara News.
All right, let's do it. 10 cents. Actually, let's double it up. We've got 100 viewers here almost. I'm going to double the prize. 2.5. 25 cents for every winner this time. 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash for 10 winners. Oh, wait. Ron Paul's on. We gotta wait. We gotta wait. Sorry, guys. This is important.
The old-time Bitcoiners that I talked to found Bitcoin through your work, your writing, from the authors.
The volume okay?
Can you tell us what it's like to be at a Bitcoin
Feels kind of
conference
quiet.
today, given all that context?
Well, you know, I think it's fantastic. And in a way, I didn't speak out 10 years ago, well, I'm going to promote the Bitcoin deal. But I did have a precise goal, and that was to excite people about freedom. and to alert
This is
them
one of
to
my
the
heroes.
that
That's
we
what
live
Ron
in.
Paul got me into
Before I-
Bitcoin
in
before
Congress,
2008.
I spoke out because I had no real desire just to go to Congress. But the thing
He's
about
my
it
hero.
is by
One of my
alerting
heroes.
people to what happened. But one of the things I did get on banking committee, I was fascinated with monetary policy. Was highly influenced with August 15th, 1971, when they, severed the dollar, and I was convinced that there'd be a lot of inflation then. So that was that was the one thing that impressed me, and so I got on the banking committee right away to talk about monetary policy, and things have evolved very much like I've anticipated. But I'm still giving pretty much the same speech that a lot of young people came to. I just loved going to the college campuses, and I became influenced by them. They claim I was influenced others, but I was influenced by young people, how open they were, and how
Nigel, I'll add
independent
you
they
as a
were.
sub.
And I always kid, because there's probably somebody here that belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. I said, I didn't do as well with the Chamber of Commerce as I did with young college kids, even in the liberal universities, because I think I'm so fully convinced that the message of liberty is so fantastic that it's a shame that we don't do a better job. And this is something that came out of my interest in monetary policy, because I introduced a bill for competing currencies. Get rid of this total monopoly of the Fed printing money.
Well, of course, when you started, there was no Bitcoin. You were simply concerned about the Federal Reserve and U.S. monetary policy. For the folks at home who maybe support President Trump or another candidate listening for the first time, what can you share about your work really lobbying against the Federal Reserve?
Well, it really started early on, because probably the first year, matter of fact, the first campaign I was in, it was in
Learned a lot about the
1974, and was
Federal Reserve.
tokenism. But I know
Here.
I went back and found the literature. I said, there's something wrong with the monetary system. We should sound money, and we should look into this Federal Reserve. And I was in favor very early on. To do one thing was to audit the Fed, to expose to the people how terrible it is, and how they gain this monopoly power, and also to know how secretly it was done. So I was looking for openness, and there was a bill passed in the early 80s, or I think maybe 70s, that was called the Bank Secrecy Act. And I thought, well, that's good. I'm for bank secrecy. But it turned out it was secrecy for the government in order to look at all our bank accounts. So I was looking for something, where the people have their privacy. So privacy has been a big issue in what I've did in Congress, to emphasize the need, because privacy, at times they talk about it, but that's what liberty is all about. Privacy. You're an individual. You can do what you want with your money. When I talk about income tax, why is it that the government gets all your money and they allow you to spend a certain portion of it? So that's all the principle of liberty. So I think this movement, which there's too much credit given to me that I had anything to do with it. But what I say is I talked about the problems that we have, and how the principles of liberty solve our problems, and I believe in competing currencies and rein in the Fed's monopoly. And all of a sudden, somebody interpreted that. Maybe I didn't think this up, but it's what I love about it. It's a consequence of people concentrating on the principles of liberty, and because I so strongly believe in it, and I just think that we need a better effort. I work every single day to try to present the case for liberty, so that people.
Oh, someone's advertising Solana in the background.
If people in this audience,
they're waking up, they're awake, and they're in line here, waiting to see Donald J. Trump. He's sitting here with the great Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, would love to hear your thoughts on the issues facing Americans and the economy today. Obviously, in election 2024, the economy is going to be a huge issue. What are your thoughts on just the current state of inflation and savings for the average person?
I think we live witnessing now the cracking of the biggest bubble ever in the history of financial history. And it's been created by the number one cause, of course, is the inflation of the money supply and the devaluing of the currency. But I date so much with August 15th of '71, because that took and severed the last link to something with a definition. And I think you have to have
Talking about the Nixon shock.
Yeah, when they closed that, I think you have to have a unit of account, morally and financially. But if you have no account, you know, and that's what the debate and the arguments going on now. Can and will you know, a Bitcoin be a unit of account? But I don't think there's a magic wand. I think it takes time to people understand that so that they measure things. Today, still, the majority of people still measure the unit of account as $1, and that's why the bubble keeps being bigger. But it's going to change. The bubble always ends, and it ends either by the government wising up, which they never do, and spend less money and quit printing money.
Is there a solution to the debt crisis that you see right now if you were in power?
Not under these conditions, but there is a solution. It can be found, in freedom. So you have to realize that the government can't. They created this problem. So, but it's going to be very hard because it's very painful to quit spending. I mean, too many special interest groups. It's a ton of them, rich and poor and everybody. And then you have the military-industrial complex. You have domestic spending. You have foreign policy spending, and but. Unfortunately, it's not just been one party. It's been both parties that spend. And so I'm very independent-minded very often on, blaming he did this and he did that, because to get elected, so the people have responsibility too. But I think that's where the waking up is going. People are starting to wake up, and I thought there was an awakening with COVID.
Right.
You know, when the people finally say, what are you doing this to me for? And the whole thing is, you know, people waking up. The government took over the medical care system and gave all those directions. They were tyrants. You know, they didn't allow us to make the medical decisions, and they controlled. They did this in education. So it's the taking over the monetary policy. The symbolic date or the real date I pin it down is that August 15th, when there was going to be no restraint on the Federal Reserve, no restraint on the special interests, no restraint whatsoever. So this is the reason why we have so much special interest and so many lobbyists in Washington, and they really run the show.
Well, Dr. Paul, I want to get your thoughts today. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. I want to talk a little bit about your Bitcoin journey. Maybe you can tell us how your thoughts on Bitcoin have evolved in 2012 when you were running for president. A lot of young, enthusiastic kids coming to you with this maybe crazy idea.
Well, I have to say, I see it through my personal viewpoint, and that is, and we already touched on this, if you take the principles of liberty, the people solve these problems. I didn't stay up and say, you know, I understand inflation and we have to solve this problem. I think I'm going to invent the Bitcoin or something like that. But no,
So
but you have to have freedom of choice. You have to have freedom of choice. So that's important. Otherwise, the ideas can't develop. So I have a lot of confidence in people who are allowed to make up their own mind, recognize that they own their lives, they ought to own their own money, and there's one strict rule of this almost total freedom, is you can't use violence and you can't defraud, because if you break the rules of natural law, it's not going to work out. And that's a contest that's been going on for thousands of years, the good and the bad and the natural law. But we're up against right now in this country groups of people that said, you guys, you believe in this truth thing. You're always seeking truth. What is right and wrong? And they actually have a philosophy. Marxism is based on this. They don't have it. Don't waste your time trying to find out what truth is, because there is no truth. So what does that do? Opens up the door to tyranny. You know, that's what they do. It's an open up the force, and that's where we are. And then the bubbles, and I see it as a moral bankruptcy and a financial bankruptcy, and it does end, and it is ending. This bubble's going to burst. The biggest question is, how are they going to survive? How will we survive? And that is what we don't know. If it isn't connected with maximizing and the understanding of liberty, it's not going to work. And so
Oh.
sometimes this has gone through history at times.
This guy is
Sometimes
still
that,
on point. He sounds exactly the same as he did 20 years
So if
ago.
things don't come along where they decide that the principles of limited government and personal freedom.
That's what you call a principled person. And his actions match his words when he was in Congress and as a person in his private life.
That's the payment that is coming back. But I also seen
He is a principled libertarian, which is hard to find in politics.
If you're indicating the possibility that some of them came because they heard the principles of liberty, that would excite me. And I think there are people that get excited about liberty. And at one time somebody came up to me and said, "Oh, you're a politician that wants to legalize marijuana." And I pretended I was very resentful about it. I said, "Oh, no, you have it wrong. I never said legalize marijuana. I said legalize freedom of choice."
We're with the great Dr. Ron Paul here. Ron, want to get your sentiments, your idea. Oh, applause. Wild here for Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, is there a candidate that can go far enough to solve some of these issues facing America? Is there a candidate in this election that has impressed you?
Oh, yeah, about 10. Well, I don't get into the personalities. I think we get lost sometimes at one time because I was never a person in politics. I was a person that was enthusiastic, that I wanted to speak out, and that was a vehicle. So I don't deal with parties, but I go out and see people and talk to people, and I've met Trump, and the one thing about Trump, and this may be talking out of school, he might say, "You shouldn't be talking about our conversation," that his personality was different. He was much more cordial than I ever believed.
Well, people in person. They make
yeah, no, it was different. Some people would interpret his
Oh,
personality.
God.
But I try.
You're
I really
funny.
try to avoid it. If anybody wants to talk about freedom,
I'm kind of gross.
and I can have an influence, then I'm interested.
Well, we're here with Dr. Ron Paul. We're going to send it over to the main stage. Of course, his legacy lives on in the conversations here at Bitcoin 2024.
Standing
in
ovation.
Nashville, Tennessee, minutes away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage. We'll be right back with fast reactions of what happens on stage here at the Mara News Desk.
Trump
Dr. Paul,
is
thanks
coming
so much
up.
for joining us, and another round of applause from everyone. It would be great.
Should we do the Trump token giveaway now?
I don't need these.
Or
Dollar will dramatically lose
after?
its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Let's do a vote. Do you want it now or later? I guess we probably actually we need to do it later. We need to do it at the next raffle. Then I'll get everybody's Zap tags.
Thank you for following.
Welcome everybody. Thank you for the follows on all the platforms, especially Rumble, where new followers can receive 25 cents and 10,000 Trump meme coins.
Nashville, how are we feeling?
You just gotta download the Zap It
I can't
wallet.
hear you. Let's make some noise. That's better. That's better.
Here we go.
We are moments away from seeing President Donald J. Trump, but before then, we have a quick announcement. I would like to tell you all, first of all, from the bottom of our team's hearts at the BTC Inc., the Bitcoin Conference, and Bitcoin Magazine, thank you. Thank you for coming to witness this historic moment. Thank you for coming to celebrate Bitcoin. We are so excited to have you here, and we're so excited as well to have you next year. We want to give you a quick video. Let's roll it. Big announcement.
A big announcement.
We are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West.
Here we go.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas next year.
The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history.
That's awesome. Should we go to Vegas? We're going to be there next year. I'm going to Vegas next year. We're taking over the Bitcoin conference. I'm going to wear this shirt. I'm going to wear this
To see you in Las
glasses.
Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce CEO of BTC Inc., the man, the myth, the legend, David Bailey. Please come on out.
Got another speaker before
Hello.
Trump.
Wow. Wow. We've come a long ways in 10 years. This crowd is
Bitcoin
insane.
pumping.
Are y'all having fun?
Almost to 69,000.
You know, as Dr. Paul always said, it's an idea whose time has come. Bitcoin is an idea whose time has come. So I want to thank the leadership of Donald Trump for coming out, supporting us, supporting our cause. And I also want to give him a special thanks, and I'd like all of you to give him a special thanks for committing to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence on day one of his administration. This crowd is insane. Let's go. You know, I remember the first Bitcoin conference I went to. There was, I don't know, 800 people there. I think there's 8,000 people in this room. You know, this is a special moment in time. You can feel the energy here. The fact that we have 10 U.S. senators here, we have 2 presidential candidates here. Bitcoin is the future of this country. And it's not a red party thing, and it's not a blue party thing. It's an orange party thing.
Oh, I don't know about.
So
It's kind of
with
true.
that, I
Kinda
want to show y'all something. You know, who better than the man himself, Donald J. Trump, to lead the Orange Party? But we also wanted to give him a little gift from the Bitcoin community. So I'm holding in my hand a Cassatius coin from 2013.
Wow.
Okay, there's 1 Bitcoin on here. A Bitcoin OG flew
I have one of those
halfway around
coins.
the world to come and deliver this for the president. So, on behalf of the entire Bitcoin community, I want to give Donald Trump a Bitcoin, non-custodial Bitcoin, and I want us to officially greet him as a Bitcoiner. So with that, I don't know if he's ready yet. We're going to be joined by the 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States.
All right.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
It's not me. I'm not the President of the United States. Maybe someday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited. We are just waiting for everything to be ready. Give us a little time. We're going to play some music. We'll
I
be
got
right
the
back.
same coin that Trump
Any minute
just
now, don't
received.
worry.
A 1 Bitcoin Cassatius coin. But this one's spent. I spent it a long time ago, but I got the same coin as Trump right in my hand. I got this back in the day. That's how you know you're an OG, if you got the Cretaceous coin back in 2009. All right, well, should we do a quick giveaway while we're waiting? Oh yeah, we need to do our giveaway. We're going to do 25 cents each. So if anyone hasn't entered their name in yet, enter in your name. And I'm going to pick some people here to win 25 cents. We're doubling the prize. Here we go. Good luck, everybody. The first winner of 25 cents in Bitcoin is Mutin. That's E-Skeleton in the chat. Congratulations. Next winner is Lijo. Lijo's a subscriber. You can get triple the entries by becoming a subscriber on Rumble or the other platforms like Twitch.
What you're expecting Donald Trump to announce today?
I think it's
Next winner is Barrio. AJ Beat wins 25 cents. Team Janjun is our next winner, wins a quarter. Doing a quick giveaway before Trump starts speaking. Serena also wins 25 cents. Rocco, I will add you. If there's anyone else that hasn't joined, I'll add you. Next winner is Daffy Duckman. Dev Parade. Congratulations. Fern Suarez, aka Wandering Violet. The last winner is Anza. Congratulations, everybody. Why don't we? I think it might. Can we read the ad right now or at the end of the Trump speech? We'll do it at the next one. We'll do the next giveaway after the Trump speech.
I mean, to me, Bitcoin is more than a career. You know, it's a lifestyle. But I am proud to say that this is my parents' first Bitcoin conference.
Wow.
Which is pretty crazy. You know,
10 years, 11 years?
Yeah, being in the space for over a decade. This is their first one, but I mean, could you pick a better one for it to be their first?
It's a big introduction.
Oh,
and
I
of
could
course,
add
election 2024
a
coming
live
to
chat.
Bitcoin 2024. We're talking right now about the expectations for Donald J. Trump about to go live on stage. Obviously, this is unprecedented. A little bit over time here. We're waiting for the president to arrive. Maybe some last-minute speech revisions, but still, the expectations are high, I think, for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We keep hearing this phrase What do we think about this idea, and why are Bitcoiners excited about the U.S. government holding Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's particularly important when we reflect on RFK's speech that is the likely expectation is a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think that makes complete sense for America. Like, we want to accumulate the hardest asset that has ever existed. I think that's better for the country. I think it's better for American citizens. I will say that cap gains piece
40,000
is
people. That's
unlikely
crazy.
to be announced here. I do not expect that. That would be amazing.
Insider information.
I should do a Rumble rant.
I would just say that would be way too amazing, because the tax treatment of Bitcoin in America is borderline predatory, and I think it would be better for this country if we remove that treatment.
Well, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, to take the stage. I want to read through some of his quotes. 2019, his introduction to Bitcoin, his first remarks, quote, "Bitcoin just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world." The reversal, obviously the positivity now. What are your thoughts thinking back about some of these statements, given what we're about to see, Matt?
It's just amazing how much can change in 6 months, and I just think it's important for everyone to just stay humble out there and realize the world can change faster than you expect it to. But it is just amazing. It is amazing to witness and be a part of, and I'm just really excited to hear what the president says.
Well, certainly some people expecting hard policy, maybe Donald Trump laying out a vision for America and Bitcoin. I'll go through some of his other statements, and the reversal really beginning in May of this year, right? We saw there was a private fundraiser. He said that Biden is against it. Biden doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea. Gensler is against it. The Democrats are against it. I'm fine with it. If you like crypto, you better vote for Trump. What was your thoughts when you heard that just months ago that Donald Trump had reversed his ideas about Bitcoin?
I was cautiously optimistic and very skeptical, and I feel like today changes that, but we'll see.
And we've seen some policy advances. Trump saying, "I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA." Of course, that's already one of his promises. "I will support the right to self-custody. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from Bitcoin, and he will never allow the creation of a CBDC." Taken as a whole, from the policy we know of Trump, what are your thoughts about his core proposals so far?
Look, I think it's important to properly set expectations. I think the fact that he's here alone is a massive validation of everything we've been working on for so many years, that thousands of people around the world, hundreds of thousands of people around the world have been building out this protocol, have been building out the tools that make all of this possible. And just to have him here today to discuss Bitcoin with us is absolutely monumental. Everything else is simply gravy on top of that, in my opinion.
Of course, expecting history, expecting updates on the main stage, looking at a rapt audience of people who are
Here we
waiting
go.
to see.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We are minutes away from the main event at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. People are lined up around the venue to
Thank
see
you for the
Donald
follow,
J. Trump,
Miller
and we've got
House.
some news to break on the desk right now. We've been told
Breaking
that a special
news.
guest is on his or her
Just
way
download the
to
Zap
venue.
It wallet.
We don't
The
know if
link
that's
is
the source
pinned
of
to the
this delay.
chat,
And
and
again,
I'll send you
waiting for
25
Donald
cents
J.
in
Trump,
Bitcoin
former
right now,
president, to take the stage.
instantaneously.
With me, a packed panel to keep your attention wrapped as we wait. We've got Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, longtime Bitcoin advocate, and Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Guys, what are you feeling right now? History might be made. It's delayed. Christian, you're on the stage.
Oh man, the anticipation is real. The anxiety and energy is in the air. I don't really know what to think, but I can't think of someone delaying Donald Trump other than
Donald,
huge,
it's
huge
being
guest.
delayed.
Huge guest.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, special guest. I don't
We
sure
got a
can
delay.
say more, but maybe potential history and maybe the internet will be broken, if we can call back to that. Obviously, we're talking about what policy proposals we might see from Trump. We've covered RFK's bold initiative yesterday. CK, maybe we can cut in there and just get your perspective. What can Donald Trump say on the stage to get Bitcoiners excited out in the polls in November?
Well, you know what? We talked about this earlier. Freeing Ross is an imperative. Second is protecting Bitcoin privacy, and a strategic reserve would be a very, very nice campaign promise. Going back to RFK, he pretty much gave Bitcoiners everything they could have asked for in terms of campaign promises. No one is bullish enough on these massive, massive campaign promises for Bitcoiners. And I think one that went a little underreported but is absolutely huge is the potential of removing capital gains tax from Bitcoin's transactions. That has been a big, big thing that is hampering Bitcoin's use as day-to-day currency. And it's something that's really important because Bitcoin stacks both extremely well as a store of value as well as a medium of exchange. It's just that the current regulatory environment is very, very prohibitive of doing that.
Lots more people, 43,000 people watching on Rumble.
Rejection of Bitcoin through his recent reversal. Want to highlight some of the remarks from July that have maybe flown under the radar, maybe taking us into a window of what he might be saying on stage, what he's thinking about how Bitcoin intersects with the future of America. He said, quote, "I don't want to be responsible for another country taking over this industry," calling his engagement with the industry, quote, eye-opening, and of course, the two quotes that got the most play on Bloomberg that day, quote, "China is into it, it's not going away." Matt, what do you think about this idea that Bitcoin is persisting, it's winning, and that the U.S. must react, in fact, to Bitcoin's rise around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's simply adapt or die. I mean, I think the game theory of Bitcoin plays out that every person, every company, every government is incentivized to adopt Bitcoin as quickly as possible, because as this adoption cycle happens, the purchasing power starts to evaporate if you don't adopt it sooner rather than later.
Christian, your thoughts on some of this? Obviously, you work for the Human Rights Foundation, an organization with a global context. This idea that Bitcoin is on the world stage, that it's competing or maybe moving America's interests.
We'll see what kind of security Trump has. What do you guys think? Daffy is concerned that there'll be another attempt on his life. Iron says he might be wearing a vest.
The U.S. often sets the tone. We're seeing that the Biden administration
says they'll try to take him out.
Made a very negative
they
stand
can
towards financial privacy
get rid of crypto.
HRF does not think that financial privacy is a crime, and we have many examples
movement.
of where activists and freedom fighters need financial privacy to protect themselves from dictators that we supposedly oppose here in the U.S. So we need to look at what we are doing and know that this affects the entire planet. And if we can make a positive turnaround here in the U.S., we are hopeful that it can change policies around the entire globe.
Matt?
I mean, off of what CK said, I really want to highlight here that as an American myself and as a Bitcoiner, I've worked with many developers, many open source developers throughout the world, and their main concern right now is legal liability over writing open source code. I think America stands to gain substantially if America is a place where they can safely build any project they want to build that is open source, that is not in their control, and that they do not have legal liability for that.
It's Bitcoin 2024. We are minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage, making history. We're going through his past remarks right now, thinking about what he might be able to say and laying out a policy vision for the
I'm
United
going to
States
put
and
a
Bitcoin.
Rumble rant.
Christian,
I'm
going
going to
back
make
to
a
you,
highlighted
another
message
quote,
on the
from Trump. Quote,
Bitcoin Magazine
"Other
channel
countries
once
are going
Trump
to have
gets
it."
on and
This
hundreds
takes
of
us to the beginning
thousands
with
of
insight
people
making, and other countries are
can
active
see
on
the
Bitcoin.
message. Let's
Tell us
craft a
what's
good
going on.
message
Well, the
together.
reality is that Bitcoin is a permissionless system, and we are already seeing countries like Bhutan, countries like El Salvador, they can permissionlessly adopt this technology. They no longer have to ask for permission to buy treasury bonds. They no longer have to ask permissions to use the US dollar. They can just mine Bitcoin on their own with their own resources. They can accept Bitcoin. They can buy Bitcoin. And if we fall behind here as Americans in the United States, that is not going to stop other countries that see it as a benefit from picking up on it, and they stand to gain outside gains.
Of course, waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage, the news we broke minutes ago, a special guest on the way. The reason for the delay, talking Trump right now, talking RFK. Want to switch a little bit to yesterday's remarks from Michael Saylor. Obviously, we're talking about a high bar for speeches at this conference. His message to the world, quote, "The financial life is being sucked out of you." His plea to have the United States buy 4 million Bitcoin of the 21 million that exist in his 21-year Bitcoin forecast. Want to walk through the bear, base, and bull scenarios? His bear case for the price of Bitcoin, $3 million per coin. His base case, $13 million per coin, and his bull case, a whopping $49 million per coin. In the midst of the Trump pump, we're at $69,000 today. Want to get this industry panel's reaction on these numbers. Matt, you seem happy.
I'm very happy. I've learned my lesson about making price predictions. I would say it's probably a little bit on the bearish side without saying absolute terms. Michael Saylor is a capitalist. Donald Trump is a capitalist. Through my work at 1031, we're investors in 36 Bitcoin companies, oftentimes the lead or the exclusive investor. Most of them are based in the United States. I think at its core, we need the United States to be the leader in places where you can actually run a Bitcoin business in an ethical way, in a sound way, that you have solid foundations that you can trust. And from a government point of view, you really cannot accumulate enough Bitcoin. No matter what, there's no number that is enough. I think Bitcoin is up and to the right forever. The question is, what is the timeline? It is a scarce asset. The supply will never change as adoption increases. And then later in the adoption cycle, as human flourishing increases, or GDP, etc., the Bitcoin purchasing power should increase with it. So if you go by that logic, you can never have enough Bitcoin, period. So every person, every company, every government should simply stay humble and stack sats as hard as possible.
Well, of course, the script is out the window here. We're 20 minutes over from when Donald J. Trump was supposed to take the stage. We're told we're minutes away and that a special guest is on the way. We're talking now about Michael Saylor's bold vision for Bitcoin, his insane price predictions. I think the reaction from the chat, obviously bullish. Are these price predictions
Who is the special
insane,
guest?
Christian?
Well, I am on the record for saying that Bitcoin is likely a paradigm shift in value. I think that it is a better system for communicating and making economic decisions. And therefore, if you divide all the value on the planet by 21 million coins, that is not enough because it is a better system. It actually makes infinity bigger. I think Matt alluded to that. As human beings continue to flourish, infinity will get bigger. And to be honest, there is no prediction on a long enough time horizon that is bullish enough. I don't think any of us can actually be bullish enough. Our monkey brains are just not smart enough to see the new paradigm.
Monkey brains here waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. Expectations high for special guests. Of course, the chat's roving right now with expectations of who might come out. We don't know, of course. We're waiting to hear, but we know Donald J. Trump is here, that he will be speaking. We're now talking
Elon
about
Musk.
Michael
It is.
Saylor
You're
and
right,
his
Daffy.
Price predictions for Bitcoin. We're going to
But
take
it is
to a
Elon.
short series of ads. A word from our
That'll be
sponsor.
the
We'll
top.
be right back. History is moments away at Bitcoin 2024. Stay with us.
Talking about doing the advertisement. Should we do the advertisement now or wait till the end of the show? Who knows? Maybe we'll get more viewers. That's a good guess. It might.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, maybe it's
While
JD
Miami was
Vance.
incredible, it was
JD
time to
Vance
set the
knows
stage
about
for
crypto
Bitcoin
and
in the
Bitcoin.
city. So
That's
we
his
took the
vice
conference
president.
on the road. Nashville, Tennessee
Maybe
was
he'll
the
be
obvious
there.
choice, a
Or
city
maybe
known for
Peter
music
Thiel.
and freedom. Next
Peter
year, the
Thiel
conference is hitting the road again.
gave a lot of money to
We are headed to a new
Trump.
city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology.
Who's excited for 10,000 Trump
I think
tokens?
that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
60,000 people on the Bitcoin Magazine channel. I'm gonna put up a Rumble rant.
Remove politics for money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Oh yeah, is he dumping his coin that he just got worth 69,000?
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, the eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, minutes away, but delayed. If you're just tuning in on the stream, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage at a Bitcoin conference with a special guest who is on his way. Obviously, no more to say on that, but a great panel who is going to kind of continue to talk about what we might see from the former and possibly future president to my left. Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation, and P, podcaster extraordinaire, joining us. P, take us into the reality. What's the sentiment on the floor right now?
I mean, it is electric. People are excited. They're ecstatic. They cannot wait to hear what is going to happen on stage in a few minutes, hopefully.
Well, we've been talking about these three words that have the world's imagination: strategic Bitcoin reserves. The expectations are high that Trump will make an announcement, and the pressure on because of RFK yesterday coming out saying he'll waive capital gains on purchase transactions, stockpiling 4 million Bitcoin. What does the president need to say, P?
Oh, man. That is a very difficult question to answer. I mean, the world is his oyster.
Well, take me into your thoughts as a Bitcoiner, someone who supported Bitcoin for a long time. Maybe he's even competing for your vote as an American. Is there something Donald Trump can say to you today?
You know, I mean, I am extremely excited to hear what he has to say about using Bitcoin as a reserve asset, support for Bitcoiners, support for Bitcoin as a store of value. So anything in that vein would be huge and would be extremely exciting to hear today.
Of course, we're taking questions on X, Rumble, and YouTube streaming live. Send them in. We are waiting for confirmation of when Donald J. Trump will take the stage. We've talked about his policy. We've talked about Michael Saylor's Bitcoin price predictions, and we're talked about the price activity, $69,000 right now, and expectations that the Donald Trump future presidency could be good for Bitcoin and the Bitcoin price. Christian, why don't you take us in there? Is that an expectation that viewers should have?
Yeah, you know, I think that anything on the size of the United States becoming friendly and officially friendly to Bitcoin is absolutely fantastic for Bitcoin price, because that opens the door to all the innovations that is happening here. And I actually want to turn it to some reporting that I saw earlier today, which is that the Democratic Party is actually now pressuring to stop Elizabeth Warren's attack on crypto and her siege against Bitcoin privacy and Bitcoin mining, and that this pressure is actually changing Bitcoin from a red issue to something that is apolitical. And I think that shows exactly how fighting Bitcoin is turning into a losing issue. So not only can it be a winning issue for a candidate, but opposing Bitcoin can absolutely be a losing issue. And, you know, I would love to see in November some massive splashes against some anti-Bitcoin politicians, especially ones that are incumbents who have been there for a long time. Like
70,000 people
watching.
watching.
Of course, there's this idea floating around Washington now, new for
Thank
some,
you for the
that Bitcoin
follow,
is a single
Dip
issue
Panda.
voters. Matt, are you a
Appreciate
single
it.
issue
If
Bitcoin
you
voter?
want 25 cents,
My single issue is free.
turn the volume up.
And
Okay.
I've yet to see a presidential candidate in my lifetime run on that issue, and hopefully that changes soon.
P. Christian, your thoughts? Is Donald Trump right now competing for your vote?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go P or I'll go? So, yeah, I mean, I think that, of course, he's competing for everyone's vote. You know, for me personally, I have not been someone who has voted for a mainstream political candidate for president ever in my life. So, you know, if he can say the right things and he can make the assurances that I find to be credible for Bitcoin, it could be something that I can consider. And I think that there are a lot of Bitcoiners who are in my same shoes, a lot of people who are millennials who are in my same shoes, who have been disillusioned from the existing political conversation, and they are excited about Bitcoin, and maybe he can sway us.
Well, there's a lot of talk here about Bitcoin as a partisan issue. I'm going to back up and talk about Bitcoin as a generational issue. Maybe something that's just appealing to young people. The old timers don't get it. P, your thoughts on Bitcoin as a generational voting issue?
Absolutely. I think it's extremely relevant, even more so than before in this election. We've never seen Bitcoin discussed so openly, so consistently in an election cycle. And I think that's a testament to how it is becoming even more part of the mainstream conversation. It's really... it's entered the Overton window. I think, yeah, it's huge.
We're waiting for history to be made on stage. The eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. People rapt about what Donald J. Trump might announce on stage. Now even more expectations of a special guest. Guys, what are your thoughts on this special guest? Who it might be? Who can take the expectations and the sentiment here even higher than it is?
I mean, Pete might hate me for this, but
Are we going to say Elon?
The special guest is worth it. I think it'll be worth the wait. We personally know who the special guest is. It's going to be well worth it.
Well, I do not know. And I actually heard, I have a good authority, that it's actually a sort of genetic chimera that's been constructed of sort of a combination of Santa Claus and Elon Musk and also Abraham Lincoln combined into one.
Right.
Is that correct?
I think that is who Satoshi Nakamoto is.
You're not supposed to tell them ahead of time.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
we can edit
back
this
up
out,
a little
right?
bit and talk about Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe in
Thank you
context
for
of
the
this
follow,
historic moment. We've seen
J-Van.
history on this stage before. Maybe this will be the most historic announcement we've ever seen at a Bitcoin conference coming up. Satoshi Nakamoto, of course, the founder, creator of Bitcoin. We know this individual is very highly motivated, a cypherpunk. He believed in privacy, believed in freedom. Matt, your take on what he would make of the idea of this conference being so political?
I imagine if Satoshi's out there somewhere, that the last 15 years of Bitcoin has just absolutely blown his mind, because I don't, it has just been amazing to witness personally. It has blown my mind over and over again. It is astounding to watch both the pace and progress of this movement. And I really do think that we could see here the beginning of the next great American century.
I need to update the timer. We're going to have to
I'm
do the
humbled
next
to be sitting here
giveaway
right now
after
as that
Trump's
happens.
speech.
Talking about Satoshi Nakamoto, this Bitcoin
Keeps
movement
on getting
was
delayed,
once
so
an
I'm
idea
guessing.
in someone's head,
Push it
something
back
that didn't
30
exist.
minutes.
Christian, your thoughts, your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Matt.
And
Likely
he'll give away
Satoshi himself was
10,000
not
Trump
even bullish enough, but
tokens
he
to
did know
everybody
that
that
he was building an
enters as
economic
well.
incentive system that was, if it did catch on, it'd be worth getting some, right? So that's the exact quote. And Pete, I mean, I would love to turn it to you. I've called you the world's Satoshi expert. You've done incredible research into everything Satoshi. I know you may be even writing a book one day. I mean, tell us, what do you think Satoshi might think?
Well, look, I think Satoshi was a person of intent. We know that because of the way he's architected this system, right? Obviously, building it with so many qualities, the 21 million limits, the cap that ensures that monetary freedom was available for everyone. But I think with Satoshi, look, if he's here, I think he is probably marveling at what he's achieved, right? I don't think he could have known, but it's important to kind of look at the context of where he came from, right? He saw an internet that was politicized. He foresaw that the technology that we now use to connect could be turned against us. The kinds of things we're experiencing today with deplatforming and privacy, these were all things that were of concern to the community he came from, the cypherpunks. And I think it's very interesting to watch, really, in the headline maybe here, is that the cypherpunks have entered mainstream politics, maybe with the arrival of Donald J. Trump here today. Do you think that's a fair categorization, Matt?
I mean, I think the cypherpunks have been trailblazers in terms of political freedom in the United States specifically, but also globally. They were leaders in the fight in the early 90s for encryption to be the standard around the world and be easily accessible. This idea that you write code and you opt out of corrupt politics in order to achieve your goals, but also at the same time you engage with local politicians.
You just need to create your username on the wallet and then paste it in the chat, and I'll send you the prize right now.
That was a
and you'll
twofold
receive
win
it
in the 90s.
instantaneously.
That was a twofold win because the code got distributed, the code was sound, it worked really well, but also that governments weren't actively attacking encryption. And yes, there are attacks in different places around the world. We've seen them recently in the UK and Europe, which is
probably
really
under the settings
not
in
great
your
to see, 'cause
profile.
privacy at its core, it protects every single human on the planet. The ability to select
I don't remember
reveal
how
yourself
I
to
did
the world.
it.
But at the
I think I
same
did it
time,
right
if you
when
look back
the
at
app
these last
installed.
30 years, I think the early
There's a
cyberpunks
little
would be quite
hexagon
proud
in the top
that
right
there
corner.
hasn't
That's
been
the
major
settings.
transgressions, at least among Western democracies, against encryption
And then,
the
yeah,
different open source
settings,
tools
user
that empower
settings.
freedom.
Well, I think one of the most fascinating things, Satoshi categorizing Bitcoin as an alternative to central banking, an alternative to government-run monetary systems, and here we have governments coming into the conversation. Christian.
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, every single government on the planet runs a website. Every single government on the planet uses email. Bitcoin is actually a protocolized version of money and value and property that we can use, and it actually delivers property rights to places where it was not even possible to happen under government. So ultimately, I think that it is extremely bullish that now governments are once again bending the knee, looking at technology, and then ultimately having to adopt it. And I think that that is Bitcoin's sound game theory.
We are waiting for history at Bitcoin 2024. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. We're waiting to unveil the special guest. And of course, right now we've got a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back on the main stage.
Thanks for the
bringing
follow,
you
Truth.
news, highlights,
Appreciate
analysis until history is made. Stay with us.
We're just
So what
waiting
is
the
money
big
and how does it get
Trump.
value? Paper money has value because someone says so.
And we'll be doing a
Bitcoin
giveaway
is different. It's like digital gold.
afterwards
It has
on the
value for many
wheel
of the
of
reasons gold
Bitcoin.
does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Guys, it would help if you guys went into the Bitcoin Magazine chat and advertised our channel there. it seems to be working. Lots of people are coming in to follow us and check us out.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The script is out the window. The main event of Bitcoin 2024 was minutes away. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump and potentially a special guest. Expectations are high. Strategic Bitcoin reserve potentially on the table. RFK yesterday making history with an aggressive policy plan, calling on America to stockpile 4 million Bitcoin. Michael Saylor of MicroStrategy making the same appeal. We've got a new round of panelists to discuss
it's
as
not
we
that.
await
That
history to
referral
happen on the
code changed,
Nakamoto stage. I've
Iron.
got
Our
Matt
referral
Odell
code.
to my left.
It would have worked
founder of 1031
automatically if
Ventures.
they
We've
used
got
the
Mr.
link.
Mike Germano,
Otherwise,
president
it's
of
like
Bitcoin Magazine, and Q Gahimi.
number.
You know him as our roving reporter on the stream. He's been around the venue, talking with people, getting into the expectations, the insights, everything that's been going on. Obviously, a big announcement on stage before the waiting period that we're now entering, that Donald J. Trump is now a Bitcoiner. The Bitcoin community banding together to gift 1 Bitcoin to Donald J. Trump. Mike, your reaction to this news?
Rizzo, I really appreciate you calling on me first as I came running over here. From
Thank
the
you
main
for the
stage.
follow,
Boy, that's
Dana
because you know what happened in the room.
Appreciate it.
So,
Welcome
folks,
to
one of the
BCH
wonderful
TV.
things that are
My
happening
name
here,
is
you now see
Beach.
there's a massive line that's outside because
We
obviously
stream this
4
show
weeks ago, we weren't
daily
even
every night at
expecting
8
to have,
p.m.
I mean, I've seen the
video.
Central
It looks
Standard
absolutely
Time,
wild. Is there
and
people
bonus
really lined
shows
up
like
outside the block
today
right now?
when there's special
there's
things
people
going
outside
on.
the block. The room is full.
And
It's to
I give away
capacity. You know, we have to,
Bitcoin
once again, deal with fire
every
codes.
show,
I want to say thank
every
you to the Secret
hour,
Service that did an
plus
unbelievable
tournaments,
job here at the event. Not only were
raffles,
we excited that
giveaways.
RFK, got his Secret
That's the
Service
whole
detail,
point of
which
the
he
show. I
deserved.
just give
But
out
obviously,
Bitcoin
they're
cash
paying a little
to
bit
all
more
the
attention to
viewers.
President Trump now. It's
We
Secret
have
Service.
fun.
So, you know,
I'm
we
doing
have our
it.
expo hall. We have all the main stages. So going through Secret Service, you actually have to go through TSA. So I don't think
Just
Bitcoiners
download
would ever
the
expect
Zap
having
It
to go through
wallet,
TSA.
make your name,
Matt Odell's a
and
big fan
I'll
of
send
TSA,
you.
so he's
Proof
really
that
excited.
sending you
election
prizes.
2024
That
has
easy.
come to Bitcoin 2024. Q, you're
Thank you
joining
guys
us
so
from the
much for
floor.
being here. I
You've
really
been
do
covering
appreciate it.
all aspects of this venue. Maybe take us into what's happening outside. Right now, we're just seeing a room of energized people, people looking at TV screens, lined up to try to get in to see
Thank you for
Donald J.
following.
Trump, to see this special
Excellent.
guest, waiting. What are you
Welcome.
seeing?
I mean, look, we got in here very early in
Well,
the morning.
something
and
to know
from the
about.
start, before
There's a
doors were
difference between
even open, people were
BTC,
lining
the orange
up in
Bitcoin, and the green
anticipation of
Bitcoin
this
Cash.
talk.
There was a
People
fork in
immediately, they got in,
2017,
they
which
didn't
was
want to do
like
anything else. They went
kind of like a
straight to the
change in the
screens,
code and
went
update,
down into the Nakamoto
kind of like
stage,
how
and I saw
computers
people
do
with
it.
books. I saw people like prepared to camp.
Difference
to make
between
sure that they
Bitcoin,
could just
Bitcoin
stay
Cash.
there all day
is
to have seats
Bitcoin
to watch this
BTC
historic event
is kind of
transpire.
considered to
Never-
be digital
never in any of the
gold,
Bitcoin conferences
so it's
that I've
kind of
been to,
hard
I've
to
seen
send
anything
to
like this.
people, and people
We're
kind of
making
get
history
it so
today.
they
Of
can
course, the waiting is building
increase their wealth
expectation. Is this
in
raising
dollars.
the stakes for what Donald
That's why
Trump
the
has
price
to say
is
on
so
stage?
high for
Mike,
Bitcoin.
He's a showman.
But
Donald Trump's a
Bitcoin
showman.
Cash
right?
is
I mean,
more
I'm
like
expecting him to
cash
come out with,
rather
like,
than gold, and you can send
like
it
this is,
peer to
this
peer with
guy,
people
he's a friend, he's
instantaneously
teaching us a
for
lot. He's a showman. I
tenth
think
of
he's
a
building
penny
up the hype.
in
And right
fees.
now, I want to point out Ron Paul, who's a
just on
doctor.
stage.
You know, a good
Welcome,
doctor.
Ryan.
He
Eric,
kind of ran as
appreciate
fast as he
you.
could over
Thanks
there, and
following.
he's in the hall with everybody. He got a wondrous applause when he came in. And right now, we're actually finally the live stream is being broadcasted to everybody in that room. So we want to thank everybody, for waiting. We are working on it. There's obviously a lot of security, which is exciting, and we are definitely not buying time up here. We're taking it very seriously.
Well,
We
we're
have this
really
all
working
planned.
through the issues. We're talking about the policy proposal that Trump might put forth. Of course, already a slew of public statements from Donald Trump since his reversal earlier this year on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Of course, his big issues, energy independence, coming out against CBDCs, recognizing that we're a growing industry and constituency, and really maybe the biggest one, he doesn't want to lose a foreign advantage that we might have in the international stage. Matt, why don't you take us in?
I want to see the president lead us forward on the next generation of American success. I want to see America become the best country in the world to run a Bitcoin business. I want to see America become the best place in the world to be an open source developer. And I want to see America start stacking the hardest asset that the world has ever seen in a big way.
Well, a lot of talk that this might really be a 1990s moment for Bitcoin, really the internet becoming mainstream during that decade, breaking through and with legislation in America, really powering economic productivity for the next decade. Q, your thoughts on how what Donald J. Trump might say on stage might compare to this time period where we know America embraced innovation and could do so again?
I mean, we are bearing witness to the game theory playing out in real time. When Jack Mallers announced El Salvador adopting Bitcoin in 22, it was an incredible moment. The euphoria in that room sends chills down my spine just talking about it. I could not imagine that just 2 years later we would even be remotely having this conversation around America potentially having some sort of adoption, looking towards it. Germano's getting jumpy. Go in.
You know, the only thing I think we're talking
What's
about.
wrong
what
with the
Trump's
header
gonna do,
lie,
there's
Joe?
one thing that Trump needs to do.
25
The
cents
one thing
in
he promised
coin.
is he needs to free Ross on day one.
Right.
That
That's
is
right.
the one
For
thing
new
that he needs to do.
followers.
And my hope is when he gets in, he free Rosses on day one. And then when we look at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, there's only one person that everyone's going to want to see speak,
Right.
and that will be Ross. So
Let's
I
talk
hope
about Ross Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road. Of course, the reason that many people became Bitcoiners. Maybe Matt, you can speak.
Well,
to
when I
Ross
say
and his
Bitcoin,
importance
I
to this
mean
community and
Bitcoin
why
Cash.
So many people champion his
Unless I
cause.
say
I mean, I think at the
BTC or
core of the
Bitcoin
issue
Core.
here
When I say
is
Bitcoin, I mean
Ross has been in
Bitcoin
jail, often in solitary confinement for 15
I can
years
update
now.
it.
It was a nonviolent crime. He was running a Bitcoin-powered drug marketplace, and I think it crosses party lines, the fact that he has done more than enough time served. President Trump has promised to commute his sentence day one, and that's a key point there. Not pardon his sentence, not say he was not guilty, but commute it for time served. I would really like to see that. I will say that falls
Yes, the
under
prizes. I need
the
to send out the
context
prizes.
of believing a presidential candidate's campaign
Thanks for
promises.
reminding me.
I will say a lot of other things President Trump can announce
Thank you for
today.
following.
Actually, he doesn't even need to fulfill
Thanks for
it to become a
following,
self-fulfilling prophecy,
the
which
other
is part of the reason
platforms.
it makes it such a crazy moment. And the fact alone that President Trump has come down to
Our
Nashville
main
to the
chat
largest Bitcoin conference
is
in the
on
world
Rumble.
to
We
talk
have
about Bitcoin and talk about
150
innovation
viewers
in
here
America
in
is
the
a
chat.
massive achievement in itself that
Winning
not
Bitcoin
enough people
Cash.
appreciate at this moment, but they will appreciate in 2 decades. They will appreciate in 3 decades. They
Sending
will
out
look
the
back on
prize
it
to
and
the
be like,
last
that was it.
raffle.
That was the paradigm shift
25
right there.
cents.
We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the main Nakamoto stage with a special guest. Of course, we're talking about something more somber, the freedom of Ross Ulbricht at stake in election 2024, meaningful for a country and a community, but also meaningfully for family. Mike, I know you've spent time with some of Ross's family, know the cause, know the movement. moment. Q, this is something that people who have reported on the scene know well, the tale of Lynn Albrecht and the family.
I might have
Q,
to.
I'm wondering if you could
I
speak
might
to that.
change it to 10 cents for the last one, then make it a
Like
bigger
as someone
one
who's a parent myself,
for when
think
Trump's
about not being able to see your kid is
have
is a
more
thought
people
I don't wanna
going
have.
in, and then I'll
so
send
when
out
you
the
see
Trump
Lynn,
token too.
and she keeps coming every year. It makes you want to do a little bit more. It makes you do the research. It makes you be willing to wear the free T-shirts, the 10,000 T-shirts we have outside. Everybody in that auditorium right now who's wearing a T-shirt, right? They all want to see that happen too. They get to be part of this movement. And if you didn't have, a mom like Lynn, I don't think this movement would be here. And I would like to say,
Free
even at
Ross.
Bitcoin
We have the
Magazine, every
free
single
Ross
employee,
token
Free
on
Ross seems to
Cauldron
creep up
Quest.
on everything. I want to
Get
give a
the
shout out
meme
to Tommy.
coin.
Tommy, our resident
I
crazy
could even
designer.
send some out
I
as a
think
Free Ross
prize.
everywhere.
Right,
He
this
deserves
has
a little
been
credit.
a core advocacy push from the Bitcoin Magazine. Any issue, if you go online, subscribe now, you'll find a free Ross ad. So, Mike, maybe as the publisher of Bitcoin Magazine, you can tell us why we've sent that message to so many people through our magazine.
Well, number one, it's because the magazine team always swaps out an ad and puts a free Ross ad in anyway and doesn't tell me. So I don't have a choice. But I think that's what it means for, once again, Ross helped a lot of us maybe buy our first Bitcoin.
I hope
for
it's
didn't matter
not
what reason,
canceled.
right? And more importantly, it's a movement that is something we're excited to get behind. And as a publisher of a print magazine, we want to just thank all the people who subscribe to it. If you didn't do that, we wouldn't have had the money to do the long-form journalism. We wouldn't have had the money to put on this event. So we really appreciate those who believe in our cause too. And so we'd have to believe in a cause like freeing Ross.
Moments away from Donald J. Trump taking the stage, we're told a special guest is on the way. We want to back up. This is a historic moment. People from around the country coming in for the first time. Mike, you mentioned Dr. Ron Paul on this stage earlier today, speaking to the hundreds of thousands of people watching, really about his personal life, his crusade against central banking, about the monetary policy issues that are affecting America, and of course the economy. Such a big deal this year. People just feel like they can't get ahead. The TikTok videos going viral. People don't understand what's happening to them. To the average American voter who's coming to this for the first time, seeking answers, we say Bitcoin fixes this. What does this mean, Matt Odell?
I didn't realize you're going to call him in. I just want.
You sit next to me.
I just want to say that after we free Ross, I would really like to see in the American government and across the American political spectrum, the priority be placed that America becomes a place where code is protected speech. I believe the Constitution already protects it. I believe that we have developers right now that are sitting in jail, one notably being Samurai developers, that should be freed immediately, and that protection should be in place going forward so that developers of open source software, non-custodial software that does not touch money, are not treated as money transfer businesses, and that are properly treated as protected speech writers.
Q, want to take you into this conversation. Of course, central banking, monetary policy concerns around the world. Maybe take the viewers at home into your thought process here.
I mean, everyone feels it. We all see it when we go to the grocery store. We all see it when we're trying to fill up our tank of gas. We spent some time yesterday talking about this. You would be hard-pressed to find someone who has not felt the effects of our terrible monetary decisions here in America and beyond as well. It's important to also recognize the fact that while the world relies on the dollar and we have felt inflation, the rest of the world has consistently seen higher and higher inflation than what we have stateside. So if you think it's bad here, it only gets worse and worse the further out you go. I'm going to continue to hammer this point home, but the fact of the matter is we have such a financial privilege to be in America, in the country that has the global reserve currency. Most of the world, the majority of the world is unbanked, and Bitcoin is an opportunity for them to have access to money and store their wealth in a way
Elijah, yes,
We're gonna go to a
I
quick
just
break
said
now
I
before we're bringing
updated
up
it.
another special guest,
I
and we
changed
are
it
still
to 10
awaiting history.
instead of
It's
25
coming,
'cause we'll
folks.
do the
Donald J.
25
Trump
one
in the building at the
when
Bitcoin
the
Conference
Trump
at Music City
speech
Center here in Nashville,
done to
Tennessee.
celebrate.
Stay with us. We'll be right back on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stay tuned.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all
But
started
maybe
in
we should
2019
just do another
in the heart of
giveaway
San
now
Francisco,
while we
the
wait.
first major Bitcoin conference in years that
Let's do
kickstarted
one more
a
giveaway.
revolution.
Go
And
ahead,
then
enter in
Miami,
your
a
names.
place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin
Here we
in a
go.
new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Gonna select 10 winners to receive 10 cents in Bitcoin cash. Simply type your Zappit name in the chat. Wait to see if your name gets chosen.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Here we go. Good luck.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel
The
very
first
spiritual about
winner
it.
is
Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just a
KJB. I'll add you, I run. Here we go. Next winner is Lijo, wins 10 cents in Bitcoin Cash. I will add Flixo here. Good luck. It goes to Macro Dream. Uh-oh, their stream froze up. Flixo. What if? Oh man. The conference getting hacked? Next winner is Daffy Zap. Congratulations, you won 10 cents. Funky Cash wins a dime. Anza's a winner. Rina's wins 10 cents. Barrio. And here's our last spin. June. Congratulations. Thank you all for playing. We're going to be doing another giveaway after the Trump speech. If it takes place, and if it doesn't, we will still do it. Oops. Oh, here it is.
And I think ultimately, while people might have a fiduciary responsibility while they're here for finance, I think ultimately people are involved in Bitcoin and crypto because of its pursuit of freedom. of non-government regulation, of the ability to buy and trade and sell without the government being in our business. And so therefore, I would argue that at its heart, at its core, Bitcoin is inherently conservative because it's pro-freedom.
Well, a lot of people here are frustrated by the partisan nature.
Oh, BTC is going down now.
Agree with Scott, conservative Bitcoin?
No, I think that Bitcoin is neutral and apolitical. It's one of the things I really like about this technology, that it's maybe the one thing that can bring us together at a time when we've never been more divided and polarized. I honestly miss the days when I was younger and I didn't know a person's political preference and I didn't prejudge them, and we got to a point of such extremes that in the last couple of years I feel like it's broken friendships, it's broken family bonds if you voted for one person over another. And when you strip away some of the, I don't know, ideological things that everyone's focusing on, people at their core are very similar, right? You probably want to be free. You want to acquire the wealth or the ability to take care of your family and take care of your future generations. So many people sacrifice so much, not for themselves, but to make their children's lives or their grandchildren's lives better, or the people around them. I know that was my family story with the American dream, and I want us to come together on something
I'll be right back.
that
Use the
really
restroom.
empowers us to have opportunity and exchange value with one another in a system that's fair, not so corrupted and manipulated at its core that ultimately it concentrates so much wealth at the top at the expense of everyone else, because that does lead to that type of populism and division that we see.
Well, let me, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me make a message then. If at its core, if this is about unity and that we want freedom and finance for everybody, then my message to those people that are not here at this conference is, how about we welcome maybe people across the aisle. I know that we have 2 presidential candidates that are speaking or have spoken here at the conference, and one candidate did not. And I hope in the future, maybe some of those other people will come and join Bitcoin and say loudly and proudly, they will not wage a war against Bitcoin. That's what we want to hear. That's what the voter wants to hear in general. And so I welcome that unity.
Of course, on the stage just minutes ago on the live desk before both of our guests now, John Deaton running for Senate. His appeal to voters, how do we fix these problems that the Bitcoin and crypto industry are facing if we don't vote Republican, Natalie?
I think that point is not voting Republican or Democrat. It's voting for freedom. It's voting for property rights. It's voting for opportunity and a fair set of rules, no rulers. And it will actually make government more accountable. I think so many people have lost trust in all of the institutions, both government as well as media, which is my background. And in order to fix that, I think you have to return a sense of accountability. And you won't do that when you have power, especially economic power, that has become so concentrated that, again, a few people benefit from it. They're able to capitalize and create these monopolies, and then the special interest machine that finances the donations that elect people, that gets going. It's just sort of the momentum flows, and all of a sudden you can't break it because it's concentrated that much power. So I hope that Bitcoin brings more accountability. It shrinks government from this welfare state that's intervening in everybody's lives, and returns also more personal accountability on us. Because if we're gonna, it's like that. What do they say on airplanes, right? You got to put the oxygen mask on yourself before you help someone else. We have to take self-responsibility and stop looking to saviors that are going to ride in and promise us things for the next election, when really they are basically coming into office and staying there the tenure is like 40 years and not getting anything changed. So we need to hold them more accountable, and I think it starts with holding ourselves more accountable.
Scott, your response to Natalie's thoughts?
I agree. It is about accountability, and ultimately it's power to the people, power of the purse. But I would argue that holding people accountable is by also being a voter and being involved not only in Bitcoin and growing your personal wealth and personal property, but by voting we can hold those government people accountable by, for example, why are we not abolishing property taxes? Why are we making sure that there is no government regulation on Bitcoin, etc.? And so I would argue that the two are actually really hand in glove, and that they come together.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about those frictions.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining our Bitcoin 2024 Trump watch party.
Well, if people remember President Trump's early comments about Bitcoin, that was one of his
They're
issues.
just waiting for Trump to start speaking along with the special guest.
Game, at least not at the start.
My name is
The
B
dollar
Chad.
so entrenched
We're here
in the
every
global
day
financial
giving away
system, and I
Bitcoin
think of it
Cash
more
to
as the
all our
currency that
viewers.
is the
Play a lot
chosen
of video
medium
games and host tournaments such as
is
chess,
losing some of its
Magic the
monopoly
Gathering,
over other currencies
Fortnite,
because of all the debt that
poker,
we've accumulated, and so
Diablo,
other
World of
countries are
Warcraft,
turning to, well, first of all,
Elden
central
Ring,
banks
all
are
the popular games. We
acquiring
play them
gold
all
at
and
record
host
levels,
tournaments
people,
and
the countries are starting to make
do
deals
raffles for our
for
viewers
things like oil in other
so we can
currencies.
give away
But for now, I
Bitcoin
think the US
Cash to
dollar will
everybody
remain the reserve
all around the
currency, and
world. I want to
think Bitcoin
onboard
is the
millions
best
of
store
people.
value asset that people can peacefully opt into
If you're
as the
brand new to
best savings
Bitcoin or
technology.
Bitcoin Cash,
And me
I will personally
although
give
I
you
like to support
25
Bitcoin
cents
businesses, I prefer to
right now.
spend my
If you're a
fiat,
new follower
spend
on
my
Rumble,
depreciating currency,
follow on
and
Rumble
save
and
my
download the
asset, my
Zapit
truly
wallet.
scarce
It can be
decentralized
found on
asset that is
Android
the
or
best
Apple
performing
or
investment
Chrome browser
made.
extension.
I don't see them as
Create a
competing. I
username
think
there in the
actually
user
it's cheaper than
settings.
the US dollar, but I
And
also
then
do think
just
that we are
type your
moving
name
to a
in the
more
chat and
multipolar
I will
world where countries will
instantly
be
send you
competing, and maybe
25 cents
there
and maybe
will be a little bit more
10,000 Trump
diversification in terms of
meme
reserves,
coins.
including Bitcoin being that neutral reserve asset.
Scott, obviously Republicans want to support the dollar, right? So how do you enter Bitcoin in that conversation?
Well, I would say, I mean, I'm a little bit of a neophyte. I'm not going to lie that I'm not green to this, but I would say the best argument for Bitcoin is that, to my understanding, it's inflation proof, right? Where there is a finite supply versus our federal government, which seems to have an endless supply of just printing dollars, and so therefore the value of the dollar
Turning up
isn't
the
what
volume.
it was 50 years ago, etc. And I think that would be the biggest and strongest argument that you are going to be able to keep more of your money and your packet, and that it's actually worth what it is.
Well, that's why it's so strategic, because if a country adopts Bitcoin as a reserve asset, that is something that no one can confiscate, you can't be censored, and no one is going to inflate it away. And I think that countries have seen what we're doing to treasuries, and we're going to have to keep issuing more units of dollars in order to keep this system afloat, and that's why they're moving away from it, and coin is that perfect alternative, and most people don't understand that yet.
Well, sending it back to the main, just a few moments. Wrapping up with our panel here, I want to talk about the personal aspects of voting and the idea that Bitcoin voters should single-issue voters. Your quick thoughts, Natalie. Should people be voting just Bitcoin this election?
I'm a freedom maximalist. Vote with your heart. Do your homework, first of all. It's in the same way that I think people have to understand Bitcoin, know what you're investing in. Also know your candidate. A lot of people don't do their homework. They just kind of see a couple commercials, or they recognize the name on the ballot. They don't look at actually the proposals that are before them. And I think it's important to question your own beliefs to strengthen them, or maybe you'll change your mind.
Scott, maybe your message to the Bitcoin single-issue voter out there?
Well, I don't want to necessarily take it from that perspective. I don't think anyone should be a single-issue voter. But what I love seeing from Donald Trump being here today is clearly Donald Trump is courting the Bitcoin vote. His presence here, him coming here, is saying to you he is going to end the war on Bitcoin, that he wants your vote, he wants to earn it, he is pro-freedom, and really you hit the nail on the head of being censorship as well. That when it comes to banking, we have seen if you have wrongthink, if you have a political thought as an opposition to the government, they could very well shut down your bank. And so that's why Bitcoin is so important, because it is the overarching theme of Bitcoin is freedom. Finance is freedom.
Of course, we're just hours away from a former president taking the stage at Bitcoin 2024. History will be made. Stay tuned on the live stream on X and Rumble. We're going to send it back to the Nakamoto stage. Government out of control. Nothing stops this train. That's the panel moderated by the great Guy Swan. We'll be right back after this panel.
we're going off of a cliff. This is all, like, it's just a matter of time, and time, I'm not talking 20 or 30 years, I'm saying like in the next few years, this whole game of musical chairs is up, and I think that's, for you Bitcoin people, I mean, I know you guys have had like a crazy run, but the potential for what you guys have over these next few years is gonna be, like, the sky is the limit. So that's the cool thing that is cool about this whole conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke?
I'm going to be a lot drier than you, Dave. That's easy for me to do. No, I think you touched on the interest point, and that's exactly, I think, a key to the issue. Something I track is the percentage of U.S. tax receipts
Thank you
that
guys
are spent
so
on
much for
entitlements,
being here.
interest,
I really am
and
grateful.
fees. And in 2016, I was looking at it, and it was about 60,
Please join us
65%
every
of tax
day. We
receipts.
give
And I
away
said, okay, well, when these
Bitcoin
three numbers
Cash
get to
daily
100%,
every night at 8
and stuff
p.m.
will start to get
Central
real. We might
Standard
start to have a
Time.
problem.
And
I kind of
also
ran out
on the
based
weekends
sort of
at 1
just straight
p.m.
line the run rates of each
Central
respective
Standard
item. And I said,
Time.
okay, maybe
We're
2020
actually
is when we'll get to that.
celebrating
We got to the third
Bitcoin
quarter of
Cash's
18.
birthday this week.
And then 2020
so
hit,
the
and we
next
sort of went
4
into,
days,
like, silly season.
doing
And so
8
those three
hours
numbers are
of
now
content.
in just
so make sure
a
to
little
follow
over
us
8
on
years,
Rumble,
they're about
turn on your
120% of cash
notifications,
receipts. So
follow on
literally,
X, and all our other
if
social
you
media
hear all the
platforms.
time, we just need to cut spending.
And you
We're
will
spending
win
100% of
Bitcoin
tax
Cash.
receipts on
Start
just 3 line
stacking them
items.
sats.
Entitlements, uncuttable.
It's completely free to join
third
and
rail,
play.
and interest, which in theory is up, is up in a low small because we're trying to fight inflation. So we're
There's
actually
also
making the
many
problem
other
worse
ways
by
to win. You
fighting
can like and
inflation,
repost our messages
because it's
on
already
X
so high.
for a chance
So I
to win
think your
25
summary
cents
is exactly
on
right.
each
That's what I
message.
think of as just pace.
You
at
can
which
leave
these
a
3 line
Rumble
items go from
comment
60
and a thumbs up to win
120%.
25
It's just
cents.
mind-boggling.
You can make
Yeah,
a
and I
clip
don't know,
of the
you know, if you
show,
guys- I
although
know
you'll need to
Trump's
do
coming
that
here
on
in a little bit,
twitch.com.
and listen,
Create a clip. I'll
I'm
pick
sure
my
there's
favorite
Trump
clip,
supporters
and
here. First off, I will say
they'll
it's
win
so great that he's
50
coming here
cents
to
in
talk to you
Bitcoin
guys.
Cash
Like,
at the
credit
end of
for
every
that.
show.
He's coming to earn your vote.
And lastly, we got the raider of
But
the
man,
show.
like, does he
we
need
raid
it from you
after
guys?
every show.
Because and I don't
if
even
you
think
say
gets
hello
it. But just the other day, speech
in the
where he
next
was like,
person's
"Interest is
channel,
so high, when I'm in there, they'll
I
know
pick
again."
one
You know, and
person,
you're like,
also
really?
win
Really,
a
though?
prize that
That's
way.
really not the answer either, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's remarkable how bad and quickly this can steamroll. Like, I feel like, it seemed to be like a social insanity. Like, that there was actually outrage about like a $700 billion spending bill and the bailouts in 2007, 2009 era. That was a huge deal and enormous outrage. Now we just like kind of casually talk about $3 trillion. $6 trillion in a year. And we can't even, I read a piece on the show.
We need to get that Obama fiscal sanity back.
Like, how ridiculous is that? But it's true. We would actually some degree of fiscal sanity if we went back to what sanity used to mean. And, I read a piece that was just talking about, just a master class and a Ponzi scheme that we're actually dealing with from a financial standpoint, because not only can we not afford our debt, but we are rolling over debt with new debt.
Here's another
and issuing
message.
new debt on top of it to pay for the interest on the
We got
old
2
debt
more
we're
messages you
rolling
can
over,
like
and
and
the only
repost
people
for
who
another
buying
chance.
it is our own
25.
central bank. Like,
Put out a new
how
one
could you?
showing that we
This
had
is the Mr. Brownstone
230
economic
viewers.
life.
This
So
is
you
a
should do
new
little
record
bit,
for
So
us.
the little got more.
Thank you guys
No,
so
if
much
if
for
we're all
being
gonna be
here.
honest, look, the government loots all of you people, and then they propagandize your children to worship them for doing it. Pretty impressive, really, if you think about it.
Good.
I mean,
excellent work.
Then think about the
Excellent
result
work.
of all of that. So speaking of out of control, right? Out of control spending, you meant culturally, but it's the growth and the trajectory of size of the government.
Yep.
And that's part of the reason why the spending and the fiscal spending is so out of control.
Right.
So if you think about that just in size of sheer numbers, if you go back to 1970,
There's another
before we got
one.
the gold standard,
Thank you,
US
Rocco,
government
for
was spending
sending out
about
all the prizes.
$4,500 per person. Today, the U.S. government is spending about $19,500 per person. So the size of the government is expanded at a rapid rate. In the book Anatomy of the State, Rothbard talks about the state is somebody. If you guys haven't read that book, anybody read that book, Anatomy of the State? It's like a booklet you can read in like an hour. You totally should.
There's audio on Bitcoin Audible. You can listen to it.
Yeah, check out Guy reads it. You should listen to it on the way home. But he talks about how the purpose of the state is to not end, and more importantly, to always continue to grow. And so now, it's not that it's just out of control spending, defense spending, interest spending, but now they have to get involved into every cultural part of our lives, micromanage every minutia detail of how we talk, hate speech or whatever it is. So the growth of the government is out of control.
Yeah.
And it's always, you know, the culture war stuff is always easier for people to deal in. Because
easy to
you
digest.
You don't have to really know anything
Yeah.
in order to get into a fight about, like, transgender bathrooms or something like that. And so everybody always gravitates to that. Like, if you were to look on Twitter or something like that, you would think the big battle of our time is between, like, leftists believe gender is a social construct and, like, Chad Cons who think women's space is in the kitchen.
Yeah.
When both of those views combined represent 1% of the United States of America. Like, I don't even know cultural views of all 4 people on the panel, but I guarantee neither of us fit into either of those boxes.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And then, like, this stuff, dealing with, like, the fiscal implications of where we are or the monetary policy, that's really hard. You got books and you have to really think about it, you know? But for people here, kind of in that world, and it is so important these issues get pushed into the fore, because this is what actually matters. This is why empires collapse, you know? And so...
And it's working. I mean, just, you know, Paul really, I think, brought the Fed to the forefront just, what, in 2009? Yeah, give it up for Ron. And, you know...
There is so much love for that guy. It's been, what, 20 years?
And Luke could probably answer this better than me, but I just don't remember the word fiat or inflation being used in everyday normal lives. Like, normal people didn't talk about these types of things, and to Dave's point, we're pushing it into the forefront, and now it's normal language, and people are starting to understand the mechanisms, and now we can finally kind of push back on that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You know, I wanted to, especially in social and Twitter and Nostr and, like, all these things, like, I feel like there's a huge mixed bag about how people feel about this conference. And, like, the fact that, you know, Bitcoin's purpose is the separation of money and state, right? This is about reining them in, and then Trump's on in 2 hours. You know, we got presidential candidates, we got campaign promises, we got politicians galore. Like, and a lot of people are like, is this captured? Is Bitcoin a super PAC now? You know, like, and I'm curious, what do you make of this? Because I've heard a lot of different perspectives, and I'm curious kind of how you see where we are in this transition, and how do you make of kind of the insanity that has really just arisen in this environment in the last, like, 3 to 4 months?
I think the fact that 2 of the 3 major political or presidential candidates are here is, I think it reflects the growing political power, to your point about it being a super PAC. But I don't know that that's the only reason. I think there is a growing recognition in the halls of power in Washington that recognize the mathematical realities that we just discussed in the first 10 minutes. And I think they are starting to recognize the possible utility of Bitcoin as a least worst way of managing through what is looking increasingly like it's going to be a difficult, bumpy ride for the next 4 to 6 years. And so I think that's a bigger part of it. I think
the viewers on Bitcoin Magazine dropped by half. They're up to 70,000 at 2 p.m. and now it dropped down to 30,000.
But I do think there is a much greater recognition than most people realize at high levels in Washington that we have a problem, and we don't have a problem in 5 years or 10 years or maybe not even in 2 years. We have a problem very soon.
Now, yeah.
I think in regards to separation of money and state, which that's something I'm very passionate about. I know, Guy, you know, we've talked about this extensively. And when I think about that, I think about removing the money from the hands of the state. Now, why do we have politics here at this event? Is kind of the question that Guy is posing.
I messed
and I would
up.
say, when I think about
Did it
separation
start
of money,
over? Oh no, we were missing it.
Crypto and Bitcoin and all of the others, 175 billion. So when they heard that, they said, let's be nice to them at least until after the election. So I've taken a lot of pressure off a lot of people. A lot of people are very happy today that about 3 months ago weren't so thrilled. For 3.5 years, is that right? Look, he just said that's right. And you know it's right. For 3.5 years, the current administration has waged a war on crypto and Bitcoin like nobody's ever seen before. For those who work in this industry, they target your banks, they choke off your financial services. Have people seen that? Yes? Yeah, they have. Plenty of hands up. They block ordinary Americans from transferring money to your exchanges. They slander you as criminals. But that happened to me too, because I said the election was rigged. He said the election was rigged. He should spend the rest of his life in jail for making that statement. Of course, they say it about us, and it's okay, right? No. And by the way, we're doing very well in the election. You know, we lost a candidate recently, crooked Joe Biden. And I thought, we lost this wonderful person. You know, he's actually a terrible human being, if you want to know the truth, so don't feel sorry. And we have another he's the worst human being, and I sort of made an analogy last night. Last night, think of this, I was speaking in front of a very powerful and very strong, very religious group, Christians, evangelicals, Christians. And then today I come in front of Bitcoin, and now I'm going to Minnesota to do a rally. You think my life is so great, don't you, huh? But I cover a lot of territory. I go from religion to Bitcoin to a rally. And I don't get it mixed up like other people do. Where they come out and they say, may God bless everybody involved in the Bitcoin world. But actually we mean that because you need blessing, because you've got to do something very spectacular. But we had an incredible time last night talking to Christians, largely Christians, a Christian group. And this is so great. And then we have a very big rally in Minnesota. Hasn't been one since 1972. Richard Nixon, can you believe it? And I think, I think we're leading Minnesota. But there's some hanky-panky that goes on in Minnesota. But I think we're doing good. So we're going to leave here. We're going to go there for a big rally. But this is such an honor to be with you. Sadly, when we see the attacks on crypto, it's a part of a much larger pattern that's being carried out by the same left-wing fascists who weaponize government against any threat to their power. They've done it to me. Did you see I just won the big case in Florida? Thank you very much. The big case. Thank you very much. Good. Now it's a big case. That was the document case. I have Presidential Records Act on my side. Biden didn't. By the way, Biden, they said, here's what they said. They said, he's guilty as hell, but we're not going to charge him because he's incompetent. I won the case the old-fashioned way. It's called you win. I wouldn't have wanted to win the way he won. Trump won the case because they called him incompetent. Think of this. So they called him incompetent. So he's incompetent to run for trial, to stand trial, but he's not incompetent to run the country. How does that work? But he's not doing it anymore because he didn't do particularly well in the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Not too many people. Somebody said to me,
welcome.
You did horribly in the debate. I said, why? He said, because there's no way he can continue forward. That's how bad he was. I said, I understand that, and that's exactly what happened, actually. We had a great debate. It was a tremendous debate, actually, and since then, hey, look, you have to open the eyes. You have to see what's going on. We have a country to run. The problem is that Kamala is worse than Joe. She's worse. She's a radical left lunatic, defund the police, all of the different things. And so far she's got a little honeymoon going on right now, but when people hear about her, and she's against crypto, by the way, and she's against it very big. So I just want to let you know, you got to get out. You got to get out and vote. It should be no surprise that these same totalitarians are hell-bent on crushing crypto and obliterating, and that's what they want to do, and that's what they are stated. Well, I mean, they're there right now. You have the SEC, you know what they're doing, obliterating Bitcoin. The reason could not be more clear because Bitcoin stands for freedom, sovereignty, and independence from government, coercion, and control. The Biden-Harris administration's repression of crypto and Bitcoin is wrong, and it's very bad for our country. It's really quite un-American. As you know, 6 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States. I believe he was the worst president in the history of the United States. Think of it. Millions and millions of people have come into our country. They've come in from jails. They've come in from, think of it, insane asylums, mental institutions. They've come in as terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. The same people that you just heard about from Israel, that did that in Israel, they're coming in and nobody checks them. Nobody knows what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. They've lost control of our country, and only bad things can happen. So it's not going to be that way. We're not going to let that happen. We're beating them, and we're beating them badly, and we have to make sure that we do. We need to do it for our country. And you can't just be a fighter and have your man lose the fight, or woman, but in this case, a man. He's losing the fight. He's down by 15, 16, 17 points. They say that you're not going to win, Joe. You got to get out. He didn't want to get out. He said, I'm not getting out. He said, you're getting out. He said, I'm not getting out. I got 14 million votes. I'm not getting out. They said, if you're not getting out, we're going to institute the 25th Amendment on your mental competence. He said, like I said before, I think I'm going to get out. Okay? And they got him out. But it's like, think of this. You fight, you're in a campaign. You spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and he's losing. And then they say, let's take him out of the fight. We'll put a new fighter in there. The new fighter is her, probably my second choice. He will always be my first choice, but she'd be my second choice. And again, if we don't win this race, and I know you're not that political, but you have to be political because your whole thing, I mean, you have a lot of politics involved in what you do. If we don't win this race, this country could be finished as we know it. This country is going to be in bad shape, and we have to be in there. We have to fight, and we have to win. And I pledge to the Bitcoin community that the day I take the oath of office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's anti-crypto crusade will be over. It will end. It'll be done. It'll be done. The moment I'm sworn in, the persecution stops and the weaponization ends against your industry. And as long as I'm in the Oval Office, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, do you remember? Yes, I'm an Indian. Yes, she said, I'm an Indian. Why are you an Indian? You don't look like an Indian. No, no, my mother told me I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's why she was an Indian. So I named her Pocahontas. Elizabeth Warren and her goons, and she's very nasty to you. She hates your people. She hates everything about you. Will keep their hands off Bitcoin. They're going to keep their hands off crypto. They're going to let it grow. We're going to let it grow. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman.
Everybody standing ovation.
I didn't know he was that unpopular.
Fire Gary Gensler, day one.
Wow. I didn't know he was
Free
that
Ross.
unpopular. Let me say it again. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler. Whoa. I will appoint a new SEC chairman who believes America should build the future, not block the future, which is what they're doing. And Kamala Harris wants to make him Treasury Secretary. That's not good.
Thank you for the
That's
follow,
not
Mers.
good.
If you
He
guys
was
are
Hillary
interested in
Clinton's
receiving
finance person.
Bitcoin
Did you know
Cash
that?
or the
Crooked
Trump
Hillary.
meme
Remember
token,
Crooked
you just
Hillary?
gotta
You remember?
download the Zap It
Anybody
wallet.
remember? He was the finance
The
chairman of Hillary
link
Clinton's
is pinned
campaign
to the
against
top
the
of
gentleman
the
known
Rumble
as
chat.
Donald Trump. Not a popular person within the... Actually, she came to my wedding. Do you know that? To our great First Lady, Melania, came to our wedding. And Bill came to our wedding. But it's amazing things when you run for office, a lot of things change in your life. A lot of things change. As president, I will immediately shut down Operation Choke Point 2.0.
Oh!
They want to choke you.
Big
They want to
crash
choke your
on
business. We're
BTC.
not going to let that happen. And no longer will your government sit by and watch as Bitcoin jobs and businesses flee to other countries because
BCH is
America's
going
laws
up.
are too unclear and too tough and too angry and too stiff. We will keep each and every Bitcoin job in the United States of America. That's what we're going to be doing. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council. Would anybody like to be on that particular council? Please raise your hand. Their task will be to design transparent regulatory guidance for the benefit of the entire industry, and they will get it done in 100 days. We will have regulations, but from now on, the rules will be written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry, people that want to make it clear and simple, straightforward and fair, people that want to see your industry thrive, not dive. Next, I will immediately order the Treasury Department and other federal agencies to cease and desist all steps necessary, because, you know, there's a thing going on in your industry. They want to move the creation of a central bank digital currency. It's over. Forget it. CBDC. There will never be a CBDC while I'm president of the United States. And I will always defend the right to self-custody. Self-custody. You're going to have a great industry. You're going to have a great industry, and we're going to be fuel for your industry, not demolish your industry. America will once again be a nation that protects property rights, privacy, freedom of transaction, freedom of association, and freedom of speech. We're going to change we're going to go back to the old days when we were a nation that was building, not a nation that was eating itself alive from within. As part of our effort to provide regulatory clarity, we will create a framework to enable the safe and responsible expansion of stable coins. Do you know what a stable coin is? Does anybody know? Please raise your hand. Allowing us to extend the dominance of the U.S. dollar to new frontiers all around the world. America will be richer, the world will be better, and there will be billions and billions of people brought into crypto economy and storing their savings in Bitcoin. So that's the way it is. That's pretty much the way it is. Those who say that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar have the story exactly backwards. I believe it is exactly backwards. Bitcoin is not threatening the dollar. The behavior of the current U.S. government is really threatening the dollar. The danger to our financial future does not come from crypto. It comes from Washington, D.C. It comes from trillions of dollars in waste, rampant inflation, and open borders while giving welfare and free health care to all of the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country by the millions and millions and millions. It comes from printing hundreds of billions of dollars to fund endless wars overseas while our cities are like combat zones here at home. 2 weeks ago in Chicago, 117 people were shot and 17 died. Afghanistan doesn't have anything like that. You know, you think about tough places. Look at what's happening with our cities. What's happening in the last 3 years, last 3.5 years. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Think of it, 117 over 4th of July weekend. 117 people were shot and 17 died. This is the United States of America? I don't think so. By the way, when I was president, we had no wars. We had no new wars. We didn't start.
There we go. We're back.
There's no woke. They're trying to get them to be woke, but these people are not going to go woke. I can guarantee you that. With your support this November, we will restore competence and we will restore common sense to our nation's capital. Because ultimately, it is about, it's not, are you conservative? Are you liberal? Are you progressive? They like progressive. It sounds so nice, right? It'll destroy our country. It's actually become a terrible word. It'll destroy our country. But it's not about that. It's about common sense. We want to bring common sense back in. This is all common sense that we're talking about today. And Bitcoin and crypto will skyrocket like never before, even beyond your expectations. And you are the people that are doing it. As we stop the war on crypto, we will immediately, and we'll do this very quickly, begin to build our economy, because when America is prospering, Bitcoin is soaring and it'll go up with it. We had the greatest economy ever, and we will soon have it again. Under the Trump administration, the typical middle-class family income rose by $6,000 a year. People don't like mentioning that. America had more money to save than at any time in many decades. As a result, during my 4 years in office, now you have to listen to these numbers. These numbers are like beautiful. And I don't want to repeat myself. Listen to these numbers. As a result, during my 4 years in office, Bitcoin surged by 3,900%, from $898 the day I took office to $35,900 the day I left. That was the biggest jump, I guess, in just about any industry. Think of that. Now compare that to just after 3.5 years of Biden and Harris, adjusted for inflation, Bitcoin is up 50%. Now 50% sounds good, but not when you're comparing it to almost 4,000%, right? 50%. You know, normally you'd say, oh, that sounds pretty good. Let's not put that into the speech. No, 50% is not good. When people can't afford groceries or rent, they have no savings to store in Bitcoin. This administration caused the biggest inflation in the history of our country, and that's what's happened. Our people are being wiped out. From the very first day we take back the White House, we will replace the Biden-Harris economic stagnation with a brand new Trump economic boom. You're going to have a tremendous boom. You know, you have a lot of great analysts out there. Scott, I'm talking about you, Scott, one of the greatest of all, and others that say the stock market's going up because they think Trump is going to be elected. And if Trump isn't elected, this country's going to go into a depression the likes of what you had in 1929. And I hope that's not true, but I can understand it, and I can understand what they're saying. The stock market gain, they think, is because looks like we're going to win the election. And I don't know what's going to happen with the election. You know, they cheat like hell, and I don't know what's going to happen. But if we win it, this country is going to be boomtown. It's going to be booming like it never boomed before. The current administration's economic plan includes trillions in new spending and $5 trillion tax hikes. They want to increase taxes by $5 trillion. They want the expiration of the Trump tax cuts to take place. They want a wealth confiscation tax so that when you make all of your money that you're going to make and all of the people you're going to employ, they want to take away your money in the form of a first-time ever tax. and a gigantic capital gains tax that will exceed substantially in many states over 50%. My plan is the opposite. We will lift the workers and we will create savers out of so many people, and we will reward success. We will not punish success. They want to punish success. They want to punish genius. I'm not going to let that happen. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and deliver massive tax cuts for families and individuals and businesses that produce jobs. That includes no tax on tips. You know that, right? Going to get rid of the tax on tips. I will cut unnecessary and burdensome regulations, fight every day to make America the best place on earth to build a business, including a crypto business. It's going to be the best place. You're not going to have to go to China. You're not going to have to learn, gee, how do I learn Chinese?
Thanks for the follow, Jay Blaze 39. Welcome. HTP, I'm your host, VChat, and we are witnessing history, watching Trump's
most importantly for
historic
our citizens, we will end the inflation nightmare that this administration has created, and we will end it quickly. It's got to end. It's destroying our country. You know, inflation is a country buster. You can go back many, many years to Germany, and you look at what happened to Germany during their huge period of inflation. Destroyed the country. It's a country buster. The Bitcoiners, and I say to you that you recognize the dangers of inflation long before most others did. You understood inflation, frankly, better than anybody else. You know that, don't you? If only they had listened. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. The trillions of dollars in ridiculous waste approved by our opponents resulted in the very inflation disaster that Bitcoiners had always predicted. 20, 30, and even 40% of the value of every dollar was wiped out, and wiped out quickly. You understood that, but a lot of other people didn't. The life savings of millions of Americans was rapidly destroyed. And very simply, uncontrolled inflation is a stealth taxation of the middle class. It really is. It's a stealth taxation. I call it the Biden tax. Now I'll call it the Harris tax, or the Harris-Biden tax, or whatever the hell we're going to call them. But it's a disaster. It's a tax of 50%. It's a 50% tax. Inflation, think of it, it's a 50% tax on people, 5-0. This is a human tragedy, and it's destroyed people. It's a national disgrace. It's destroyed everything in its way. It must never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. When I'm president, I guarantee you it won't happen, because we're going to do things that make sure it doesn't happen. They've allowed pricing to get totally out of control. We're going to do energy, bring it down to levels that people have not seen in many, many years. We had it at levels. We were at $1.87 for a gallon of gasoline. You don't see that right now. For 4 straight years, under my leadership, we had effectively no inflation, none. When I left office, it was 1.4%, and then it stayed there for almost 2 years. Remember when Biden said it was 9? I inherited 9%. That was just another lie. Misinformation, disinformation. We gave them a hot country. We went through the COVID. We did an incredible job. Never got credit for that. Always got credit for the economy, for the military. We rebuilt the military. We created Space Force. We did so many different things. Never got credit for that. You know what? We gave them a great country with essentially no inflation. And after 2 years, they drove this country, and they drove inflation through the roof. 2 years, cost of living went up, in some cases, by over 50%.
Well, I mean, you kind of did print more money than every other president in history.
It could be much higher, and it is much higher depending on what they include. They don't include things like interest rates that went from 2.5% to 10%, but you can't get the money. When I return to the White House, I will stop the wild and wasteful spending of this administration. I will end the endless wars. They never stop. Again, we had no wars. We had no new wars under your favorite president, President Trump. We had no new wars. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III, because we're closer to World War III than we've ever been since
I like those words.
World War II.
I like
will
that
seal
sentiment.
the border and stop the invasion of millions of people pouring into our country illegally. We will totally defeat, and we will do this quickly. We will defeat inflation, and together we will bring back the American dream for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will bring it back, the American dream. You don't even hear the statement American dream anymore. You don't hear those words anymore. We used to talk about the American dream. A lot of you people are in the American dream, but you're going to be crushed if you don't elect me. I hate to tell you. You don't elect me, you're going to be crushed. You're going to say, Alice, what a mistake it was. We went for a person who has no talent. She's been a failure at almost everything she's done instead of Trump. And look at us now. We're going to move into an extremely small house from our beautiful house. But we will end the war on American energy, and we will very simply drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have to. It's what we have. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We don't use it. We don't use it. They use it. We don't use it. We go out and buy oil from Venezuela. It's amazing. But we won't stop there. We will harness American energy in all forms. I have set the ambitious goal that by the end of my term, the United States will be the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity of any nation on earth. We can make it so inexpensively. Because of what we have under our feet, we can make it so inexpensively. And with low energy costs, America will become the world's undisputed Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You'll be a Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You will not have to move your family to China. You will not be moving to China. As we implement these reforms, Bitcoin and crypto will grow our economy, cement American financial dominance, and strengthen our entire country long into the future. Many Americans do not realize that the United States government is among the largest holders of Bitcoin. Does anyone know that? How about that? The federal government is almost 210,000 Bitcoin, or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right?
Never. Boo!
That's right.
Boo!
How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin, and so as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing
Use your
that
Bitcoin.
if I am elected, it will be the policy of
You
my
use Bitcoin. You don't hold it. That's the whole point.
to keep 100%
Otherwise, no one
of
will
all
ever.
the Bitcoin
Stores
the
will
US
never take it
government
if you keep
currently holds
hodling.
or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please. This will serve in effect as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. As you know, most of the Bitcoin currently held by the United States government was obtained through law enforcement action. You know that. They took it from you. Let's take that guy's life. Let's take his family, his house, his Bitcoin. We'll turn it into Bitcoin. It's been taken away from you because that's where we're going now. That's where this country is going. It's a fascist regime. And so as I take steps to transform that vast wealth into a permanent national asset to benefit all Americans, today I repeat my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. It's enough.
Yeah,
It's
free
enough.
Ross.
That's where we are as a country. Ultimately, my promise to each and every one of you is this: I will be the pro-innovation and pro-Bitcoin president that America needs and our citizens deserve. This will be one industry, but this will be a thriving industry, a great industry, and I'm going to be doing the same thing for every other industry also. Our nation has never thrived by trying to censor new ideas and shut down the dreams of our people. America always plants our flag on the next frontier and pushes boldly ahead. We have to do that. We haven't been doing that for a long time, especially the last 3.5 years. It's gone the exact opposite. Those of you in this room inherit the legacy of generations of American pioneers and patriots, risk takers and renegades who settled this continent, built the modern world, and lived on the bleeding edge. You live on a bleeding edge. You do know that, Bitcoiners, don't you? You are the modern day Edisons and Wright brothers and Carnegies and Henry Fords, and what you do in your lifetime stands a chance to outlive us all and inspire humanity for generations to come. This will go down as a very important day in the history of your industry. Together you are building America's future with your own smarts, your own grit, and your own skin in the game. You have a lot of skin in the game, and that's what you're doing. It takes courage to do it. Most people don't have that courage. My job will be to set you free and to let you do what Americans do best and what you're going to do better than anybody. Win, win, win. You're going to win, win, win. With energy, passion, and brilliance like we have rarely seen before, our country cannot fail. We're in a failing nation right now, but we're not going to be for long. Our country cannot fail. With your help, we will save our nation, we will restore our republic, and we will make America and Bitcoin bigger, better, stronger, richer, freer, and greater than ever before. Thank you all. Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with. And we're going to make that one of the greatest industries on earth. Good luck, and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right. How was that? It's I don't know. I didn't hear anything that unexpected. It was pretty much just our regular generic speech about Bitcoin, in which it does sound like this is what BTC does, though. Is they say like 90% facts, and then but 10% is not like holding. You can't just hold Bitcoin. We need to use it. That's why the innovation, the onboarding has stifled. Also, it's not digital gold. Nowhere in the white paper does it say digital gold. It says peer-to-peer electronic cash on the top. That is meant to be fast payments for very low fee that anybody in the world can do. Yeah, I know I missed the first 5 minutes because my Bitcoin magazine stream reset, and then it didn't refresh when Trump came on. I missed a lot, and a few viewers left after that. But why don't we take the moment right now to hear a word from our sponsors. Time to say goodbye to Starbucks and say hello to Rumble's 1775 coffee. Unlike other brands, this is a coffee that backs free speech and is unapologetic about it. Visit 1775coffee.com. Use promo code STUDIO40 to get 40% off any coffee subscription. The coffee comes in medium and dark roast. It also comes in pea berry, which is similar to Kona coffee. In other words, this is premium. Click the link in the live chat or the description. You can also go directly to 1775coffee.com and use the promo code STUDIO40 to get 40% off today. Now back to Bitcoin conference coverage.
to the 9th most valuable asset in the world. Stay tuned. Cynthia Lummis now taking the main stage. We're told she has even a bigger announcement. Take a look.
Donald Trump. Here it is.
An announcement.
This is the Bitcoin Reserve Bill.
Oh. A reserve bill.
I'm reading from the text. In the Senate of the United States, to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve, a network of secure storage vaults, purchase program, and other programs to ensure the transparent management of Bitcoin holdings of the federal government. My name is Cynthia Lummis, and I'm the Bitcoin Senator. When Satoshi Nakamoto, in January of 2009, mined the first Bitcoin, he brought about an asset that will change the world. And this is our Louisiana Purchase moment. This Bitcoin reserve that we're going to create will start with the 210,000 Bitcoin that President Trump just mentioned and pull it into a reserve stored in geographically
1%.
diverse vaults. And that's only the beginning. Over 5 years, the United States will assemble 1 million Bitcoin, 5% of the world's supply. And it will be held for a minimum of 20 years and can be used for one purpose: reduce our debt.
Oh, we got another giveaway soon.
This Bitcoin is going to be transformative for this country. As President Trump
We'll be doing the
just
giveaway
said,
after this.
we are printing too much money. We are spending too much money. We printed in 22 months during COVID the same amount of money that had ever been printed in the history of the United States. Well, no more. With a strategic Bitcoin reserve, we will have an asset that in that period of time before 2045 can cut our debt in half. And as Michael Saylor said yesterday, if we put $3.3 million in a Bitcoin reserve, we will eliminate the United States debt. We will be debt-free because of Bitcoin. This asset is transforming not only our country, but our world. And the United States needs to be the global leader, as President Trump just said. And you know what? We don't have to raise taxes to do it. We have the funds now. This bill provides that not only will the asset forfeiture money be transferred into this reserve, fulfilling President Trump's promise that he won't sell any Bitcoin, but we will convert excess reserves at our 12 Federal Reserve banks into Bitcoin over 5 years. We have the money now. But we'll no longer be holding it in U.S. dollars, an asset that is designed to debase at least 2% per year, we'll be holding it in an asset that will grow in value, that throughout its history has grown 55% per year. This is the solution. This is the answer. This is our Louisiana Purchase moment. Thank you, Bitcoin. It's your love of freedom, your innovation, your thoughtful design, your keeping this asset alive, well, free, and in support of individual sovereignty that is going to save America. Let's make America free again, Bitcoin. This is our present to the United States of America. Thank you.
Is there more speakers? Trump was the last, but sounds like there might be more.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We've got a packed panel here to react to even more news. It's pouring out here in Nashville, Tennessee. To my far left, Frank Corvo, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Alan Helm in the middle, and Matt Odell of 1031 Ventures. Guys, Cynthia Lummis, the Bitcoin Reserve Bill, strategic reserve, talking about a network of reserves that will ensure the transparent holdings of the federal government's Bitcoin. They want to hold Bitcoin for 20 years. Cynthia talking about the Federal Reserve System converting its excess reserves into Bitcoin. Matt.
I mean, I think that is absolutely massive. I think it will take people a little bit to realize what a big deal that is. I think it's great for the country. I mean, I think it's obviously great for people that are holding Bitcoin as well, because it should increase the adoption of Bitcoin substantially. And last but not least, I would say, you know, I have a great relationship with Senator Lummis, Senator Blackburn, who's coming on next.
BTC flipped the script again. I remember back in the day, 2008, 2009, the Libertarian Tea Party movement with Ron Paul, who you saw earlier. The message was end the Fed, get rid of it. It's completely corrupt. They caused all the problems, but now look, Bitcoin BTC is using BTC and wants to empower the Federal Reserve with their asset.
In May, when Trump made very pro-Bitcoin comments at the Libertarian National Convention, we're 3 months out from that.
Just shows you how they invert reality over time with propaganda.
I mean, it's hard not to be bullish.
Well, I say gradually, then subtly, but is this real, Frank? Do you think that this proposal can actually be passed? Can it be enacted? Is this just...
Well, let's...
This is a good question. I think Lummis was the right person to deliver it. She's been pro-Bitcoin for a long time now, so if they were going to choose someone...
Let's play some music and do our next giveaway. And do the last deal of Bitcoin raffle. 10 people will win 10 cents. And everybody who enters will receive 10,000 Trump tokens. Everybody enter to receive your 10,000 Trump tokens. All right, I'm going to turn on some music. Pump it up a bit. And if you're new to our channel, we're here every single day at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and on weekends too at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, come and join us every day and you can win Bitcoin. We're the only show that does this. We're the only show, the only project that gives away Bitcoin every day and wants to onboard everybody in the world to Bitcoin and show you how fast, easy, and simple it is to use it. And fun. It's fun to send out all these prizes, send a penny to somebody, send someone a tip. Love giving away Bitcoin Cash. I want to give out more, so please help me grow the show so that we can give out more Bitcoin Cash. Everybody all around the world. All you need to do is download the Zapit wallet. You know what? We got 16 entries right now. 16 amazing community members that want to win Bitcoin Cash, that want to win the Trump 10,000 Trump tokens. Actually, I'm going to give away I'm gonna do something crazy, and I'm gonna give everybody 100,000 Trump tokens each. Trump-a-mania will run wild over you, brother. And everybody automatically wins 25 cents. Of course, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. If you're not a conspiracy theorist by now, there's something wrong with your head. There's so much corruption right out in the open nowadays. I don't know how anyone can deny conspiracy. Like the BTC conspiracy that hijacked Bitcoin. Go read Hijacking Bitcoin. Oh yeah, I'm gonna upload Who Killed Bitcoin to Rumble, and maybe we'll do a Who Killed Bitcoin watch party. When should we do that? Tonight? Tomorrow? Monday? Tuesday? Let me know. Thank you guys so much. Let's just 1 minute. I gotta send out the Trump tokens real quick. Give me 1 minute. Trump token on Bitcoin. $100,000 in Trump meme coin. Oh. All right. Sent the Trump tokens over to Rocco. And Rocco will send you both the Bitcoin Cash prize and the 100,000 Trump token. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. This was an amazing show. We broke a viewer record. We got up to at least 230 viewers. Dang, we're still at 100. Should we just keep it going? I was gonna take a break and eat some food and relax for a couple hours, but then and then start up another show in 2 hours. What do you guys think? Do we take a break or keep going? Oh, you guys are probably gonna say keep going. Zap it wallet, June. We're sending it to you through your Zap It name. Take a 2-hour break and regroup. Come back in 2 hours. Or maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, I probably should so that I don't get like a blood clot in my leg or something. Sitting so much. I should do an exercise too. Oh yeah, let's check the BTC price. It was going down. Oh, and it bounced back up with the news. Uh-oh. Oh, that's it. My AirPods are running out, so I do need to take a break here. So I'll show you the rest of the ways we can do giveaways on here. We'll do the X picker. I think I accidentally didn't even pick all of them yet. Here's the next one, the show from yesterday. The next winner for 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash is Iron and Steel, who wants the show to keep going with 100 viewers. Don't worry, we'll have way more than 100 viewers in the future. We're gonna have thousands of viewers. This is nothing. I just need your help to keep coming here every day. Oh no. I didn't click your name. Dang it. Wish there was a way you could show it again. Hold on. Maybe I'll just pick it until I see Iron again. That's a good idea. Sorry, I need to pick Iron again so I can copy his information, paste it on the site. It's a good way to see if it picks everybody. There we go. What should we do on tonight's show besides a workout? You guys have any ideas of what you would like to see? What games or what kind of topics we want? We degen into more cash tokens, play some chess. Oh, there's a poker tournament, I think. Tomorrow. Dang it. There's a couple big poker tournaments coming up on Coin Poker.
In my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style. Tell them niggas stop it. Whoa, whoa. It's my destiny. Feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce. And she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, make it seem.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Next up, new Bitcoin emoji added to Rumble. I'm gonna pick one person who liked and reposted this to win 25 cents in Bitcoin Cash. And the winner for this is Iron and Steel wins again. Because they are a subscriber, they are allowed to win multiple times per show. Congrats, Iron, and thank you for being a subscriber. That'll go towards your next subscription. Okay, next up, I might. How about a show links? Here it is. 24 people liked and reposted the X stream. The winner for that one is, oh, Macro already won.
In the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking at the flame out.
All right. You know what? It's my bad. I said 25 cents. I jumped the gun because I thought Trump was going to go on stage, so I was going to do a double raffle, but then it got delayed. So then we just did another raffle instead for 10 cents. So I made it up by doing a couple extra raffles instead. And we'll continue to have more raffles on our next show. I apologize for the miscommunication. Pick somebody. Here's the winner. Marius. I don't think Marius wants to play, but we'll do it anyway. See if he wants to win his prize. I remember if he wanted to. And lastly, our Rumble, at our Rumble post. Oh. No, that was a Rumble post, I think, had Trump on the front. All right. You know what? I feel bad that I kind of screwed up the 25-cent raffle. So this is what I'll do. Well, besides doing the extra raffles, I'll do a 25-cent raffle on tonight's show. Let me think about this. We'll do a lot more giveaways on tonight's show. I'm trying to find this message to the X picker on. Biggest show of the year. Here it is. 23 people liked and reposted it. And the winner will be Iron and Steel wins 3 X pickers in one day. This has never happened before, people. That's why it makes sense to become a subscriber on Rumble. You too could win 75 cents by simply liking and reposting a few messages on X, which you're gonna do anyway, so might as well win Bitcoin while you're doing it. There it is. Oh wait. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, we did it right. We're all good now. Now we're gonna pick the Rumble comment of the show. 65 people remaining. Every show, if you leave a thumbs up and a comment, I pick one random person from the comment section to win 25 cents. $19 entries. 18 entries. There's one person who just said, good show, thanks for covering it. Number 3 is the winner. The number 3, Lorraine. Lorraine is the comment of the show. Another way to win is with our Twitch clips. Make clips on Twitch, and I give away 50 cents to the winners. There might be a lot of clips here today. Sometimes we just give away the prize to everybody that participates. See here how many we got here. Iron, Rocco, Ash, Iron, Rocco, KJB, and June, our 5 main clippers, are gonna win again. They split up the prize, so 10 cents each. Thank you for making those clips. We'll take a look at some of them later on in our next show, hopefully. And our last thing that we do is raid a show. So let's find a show. Oh, we could raid the Bitcoin magazine. Let's do it. Yeah, this is epic. Let's do it. Let's take over the Bitcoin magazine stream right now. Everybody join. I'll pick a random person that says something to win 25 more cents in Bitcoin Cash. And like I said, we're doing more show in just a couple hours. I'm going to eat, relax for 2 hours. Then we're going to be back at around 6:30, 7 o'clock for a few more hours. So I hope you can join us. We're going to do many more giveaways and have a lot more fun with Bitcoin Cash Birthday Bash Week continues. Thank you, everybody. It was the amazing show. Broke records. Had an amazing time. I will see you again next episode. Peace.